Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry Potter convinced death to shift magic towards truth. Here is short summary. In a pivotal encounter with death, Harry Potter makes an extraordinary request, to reshape magic itself, aligning it with truth and clarity. As the magical world tilts towards honesty, the ripple effects challenge centuries of deception, force hidden secrets into the light, and redefine the balance of power. Will this shift bring salvation or chaos? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Slowly but surely the hall started to fill as more and more people entered the hall. Most were just as tactless as the first year's Ravenclaws when it came to Harry, as a good majority of the hall seemed to be fine to eating Harry Potter the most fascinating thing in the world. Luckily for Harry, no one had found the courage to approach him yet. Unfortunately, his luck couldn't hold for long. Harry wasn't comfortable in his current position. It has been a long time since he had been surrounded by so many people, and if it hadn't been a sign of weakness he had bolted out of the hall a long time ago. He was currently surrounded by his fellow 7th years, who had joined him when they saw him sitting alone and had greeted him warmly. He did feel a bit better with them around. While he did not trust them outright, he did consider himself to be a pretty good judge of character, and from what he had observed they would stand with him if necessary, unless it is against a housemate. Then suddenly he saw someone approach his position from the corner of his eye, and moments later said, "I was blinded by a flash." Mentally cursing for getting caught off guard like this, he fired from his hand a wandless and wordless banishing charm in the general direction where the flash had come from, while at the same time he activated his magical eye to see what the hell that was. What he saw, however, was not what he was expecting. Lying on the ground, clearly knocked over by the weak banishing charm, was none other than his former fanboy, Colin Creevey, with his camera still clustered tightly in his hands. Harry quickly lowered his hand and donned a surprised expression. He had barely raised his hand, so it was doubtful anyone had seen it, and even if they did, very few students bothered learning to control their magic at such an early age, so few would see his hand gesture as wandless magic. He also mentally berated himself. He could not be seen attacking students left and right, but at the same time he berated himself for something worse. He was caught off guard. What if that hadn't been the flash of a camera, but instead the green light of the killing curse? Unaware of the thoughts of the person next to him, Justin asked, "Are you all right there, Creevey?" The boy slowly stood up, and after checking if his camera was undamaged, he said, Yeah, I am fine, must have tripped or something." He then turned toward Harry with a look of such adoration that it slightly unnerved Harry. "Harry," he squeaked. Hi," Harry half asked, half questioned. Could it be possible? Was this Colin worse than the one he knew? "I can't believe it is really you." "Well, not you, but it is still you, right?" "Right," he rambled excitedly. The sad thing was, even after this outburst, Harry still wasn't sure which one was worse. Harry briefly pondered how to semi-politely tell the kid to fuck off. There was already enough attention directed to him. There really was no need for a hyperactive fanboy to direct even more attention to his direction. Fortunately for Harry, however, he didn't have to come up with anything, as his head of house chose that moment to appear behind the younger boy. "Mr. Creevey, excuse me for a moment, I would like a word with my 7th year's students." Said boy didn't seem to want to leave his idol, but knew better than to disobey a teacher, even if said teacher was Sprout, so he went and sat at his house table. Of course he still sat as close to Harry as possible. Spout seemed satisfied and pulled out a couple pieces of parchments out of her robes. She then handed a piece over to each of Harry's year mate and briefly exchanged words with them, and then she finally reached Harry. "Good morning, Mr. Potter," she greeted as she handed over the last piece of parchment, and when Harry looked over it he saw it was his schedule. "All you teachers have allowed you to enter their classes, but Professor Babbling wants you to be a half-hour early for your first lesson. She wants to test you." Harry nodded and thanked the professor before he looked over the rather empty schedule. Today, Monday, he only had ancient runes, which would start right after breakfast ended and would last 2 hours. Tomorrow he had 2 lessons, a double-hour charm starting at 11 and a double-hour dada, starting at 3. On Wednesday his schedule was completely blank. Nice. On Thursday he only had a single lesson, this time it was a double-hour transfigurations that started at 2 o'clock. On Friday there was a surprise apparently he had from 1 to 5 something called cultural education. All things considered Harry thought his schedule looked to be a lot more relaxing than his fifth-year one had been. Then again he only took 4 courses opposed to what he took in his OWL year, well apparently 5, what the hell was cultural education? And a 4-hour class. Normally a double hour is the longest class. Glancing at his watch he saw that he still had quite some time until breakfast would end, but he had eaten something and received what he came here for, and to be honest he rather not stay here much longer. If he went now then he would have all the time in the world to get his books from the dorm. Not only that, but he also wouldn't have all those people who come late to breakfast staring at him. He stood up and Justin seeing this asked, "Going already, Harry?" Harry just gave a nod. "Professor Babbling wants to see me and I wish to familiarize myself a bit with the castle again." Justin frowned for a moment and his eyes first briefly glanced over the hall taking in all the people staring at his new housemate before glancing at his almost still full plate before offering, "You want me to walk with you?" Harry shook his head. "No, that isn't necessary, thanks for the offer trough," he said with a slight smile. Having said that he walked out of the hall, eyes straight ahead and expertly ignoring that by now each and every eye was on him. After collecting his stuff for the day Harry made his way over to where he knew ancient runes would be taught and knocked on the door. "Enter." He opened the door and entered the room that looked like a pretty standard classroom. The only real thing of note were the posters of several of the more commonly used runic alphabets that adorned the walls. Already sitting behind her desk was the owner of the voice that had told him to enter, Professor Bathsheba Babbling, Ancient Runes Professor and member of the Order of the Phoenix. "Professor," he greeted, "Professor Sprout told me you wanted to speak with me before the lessons would start." "Yes, Mr. Potter, that's correct," the professor replied. "As I have no record whatsoever regarding your skill level in my subject, I would like to give you a small test before I let you in my class." Harry nodded. "Understandable." Pointing at something already lying on her desk, the professor asked, "Do you know what this is, Mr. Potter?" Harry glanced at where the professor pointing and saw a flat black stone with engraving carved into it and recognized it easily enough. A ward stone with a runic array engraved on it, Professor. "Correct again, Mr. Potter. Now what can you tell me about what it does?" Walking closer to the desk, Harry looked a bit more closer at the stone and then pointed at a rune in the middle of the stone. "This means identification and it is connected to this rune," he said as he pointed at another rune which was connected to the first one with a small line, "and this one means friend or ally, I can't really remember the difference." "That one means friend, Mr. Potter," the professor cut in, before saying, "Please continue." All other runes seem to be connected to those two, so it can be assumed that those two form the core of the array, the on-off switch if you will. Most likely the wards will only activate if you don't qualify as friend, although there are no additional runes to clarify what friend is, so something probably will have to be connected to that rune to work. "So far so good, Mr. Potter. What else can you tell me about it?" Harry studied the runes a bit more closely and continued speaking. "Well, although all runes are connected to the two runes in the middle, they also seem to follow a distinct route," he said as he traced a line of runes with his finger in a circle-like move. "Every stop of the runes seems to consist out of a set of two runes. The left one seemed to be what it is and the right one a affect. These," he said as pointed at 3 identical runes, "mean warning." His finger then trailed over the 3 other runes at the left, and those mean punishment. He then pointed at the first right one. "The right runes are a bit more harder for me to identify for me, but I can assume they are all effects. That one at least I know means misdirection, probably some kind of compulsion ward or a notice me not ward, I'm not sure." He then pointed at the second one. "That one means sleep. It is doubtful it will actually put you to sleep, but considering it is the second stage of the line, it is probably made to argument whatever the effect of the first rune is. I haven't have the faintest idea what the third one is, but as it is still part of the warning line I can assume it is non-lethal. The first one of the punishment line means pain. Considering it is the first in the line, it is probably not too severe, especially considering what long this rune came from. The second in the line I don't recognize, and the third. Here he fell silent for a moment before he continued, saying the effect of a ward he had once seen. The effect of means disintegrate. Very good so far, Mr. Potter. Those you had managed to identify were indeed correct, and those you did not were not fifth-year material anyway, so you shouldn't feel bad if you couldn't. Now, is there anything else you can tell me about the array? Harry looked closely at the stone again, and after a moment he concluded that as far as he knew he hadn't missed anything other than the effect he didn't know about. No. Babbling cited, you seem to have a good grasp of the meaning of runes, probably above that of a fifth year. But it is clear that you have no formal education in my subject, considering I teach my third-year students that under no circumstances are you allowed to mix runes from different languages into a single array. Harry blinked in surprise. This was definitely new information to him. What exactly happens if you do? Well, that depends on how much magic is poured in the array, but usually at the very least magical exhaustion for the one trying to power it up due to magical backslash or worst-case scenery it blows up, and depending how much magic is poured in it, the blast radius can be quite extensive. Harry resisted the urge to chuckle nervously. It seems Lady Luck hadn't left him entirely after all. After all, during the war he had occasionally made a ward stone, and it was honestly only due dumb luck that he never used different languages' runes in his arrays. The professor looked thoughtful for a moment before seemingly coming to a decision. I will allow you in my OWL class for now, Mr. Potter, but however I want you in my office next Saturday so I can quiz you a bit more about the third and fourth year curriculum and see where you stand. Now please take a seat as class will start in a couple minutes. Harry nodded and took a seat in the back corner of the room, a place where he could see the entire class easily as the professor went and walked to the door to let the waiting students in. As the students walked, Harry noticed three things. One was that the class was pretty small, the second was that all four houses seemed to take this course at the same time, and the third was that he saw three familiar persons walk in. The first two were Alex and Rose, but the third gave him a moment pause. Astoria Greengrass strode in the classroom with a small smile on her face as she chatted with the person next to her. Like with Susan, it was just plain strange to see her like this, but as he looked closer he noticed that the smile didn't completely reach her eyes and the pain of loss could be seen in her eyes. It was not as prominent as with the Astoria he knew, but this one definitely had it if you know where to look. He briefly wondered what would have caused this. He had spotted Daphne Greengrass sitting at the Slytherin table, so her family couldn't have been murdered. Then what was it? Then again, did it really matter? Astoria was not his teammate anymore. He did not have to look after her, especially considering he knew she was more than capable to do that herself. Harry was broken out of his thoughts when he heard someone call his name. Harry. Hey Rose, he greeted, do you want to sit here? He asked as he pointed to the three free seats next to him. If anyone had to sit next to him, then he'd rather have someone he knew. Trough, he briefly wondered why Alex was glaring at him this time. The last time he had seen her was in the train and she didn't seem angry at him then. Strange. Rose glanced at the two witches at her side. Alex shrugged and Astoria looked surprised for a moment, but then nodded anyway. The girls quickly sat down as soon as they realized that they were one of the last ones standing. As soon as everyone was seated, Professor Babbling plopped down at her desk and gave the entire class a grin, the likes that really shouldn't be on the face of a professor, before speaking up. Welcome back everyone to 5th year Ancient Runes. Now as this is your first lesson of your OWL year, I probably should go on some long preach about the importance of the OWL exams, but seeing as I can still clearly remember how stressful it was when each and every teacher gave that preach, I have decided against it. Instead I will leave it to the core teachers to stress you out. Isn't that great? Single quote, single quote. Harry stared at the woman in bafflement and wondered what happened to the somewhat formal woman that he had been talking with just moments before. Glancing around he noticed that no one had bat an eye at her way of speaking, and Harry could only conclude that this must be normal for them. Strange. Here he thought he had a pretty good grasp of her personality after meeting her twice, but it seems he was wrong. Then again he knew that the professor was a former Slytherin who were notorious for showing the world the image they wanted to be seen in, something which Harry knew from experience was a lot harder to do than most people thought. Okay boys and girls, listen up, the professor spoke up again. This year things will be a little different. For the last 2 years you had the questionable pleasure of going through book after book after book learning about the meaning of runes and the various ways to use it. The way she said it made it obviously clear what she thought about theoretical lessons. But, she near exclaimed as her grin became a bit brighter. That changes this year as I finally am allowed to give you some practical lessons. She then muttered something that Harry couldn't completely hear, but it sounded suspiciously like, "Stupid meddlesome ministry, deciding what I am allowed to teach." Now I am sure you are all wondering what this mean, right? Well, basically for the rest of the year you all are going to do projects. These projects will be the same thing you will have to do for your OWL. Runes Practical. For your OWL Practical you will basically get a parchments with a list of effects, and then it will be expected of you to design a rune array that causes those effects within the allotted time, of course. When the professor saw a lot of apprehensive faces, she tried to comfort her students. Harry thought she could have better kept her mouth shut. Don't worry, this will only a OWL level array. Very easy stuff really. In comparison to what you will be expected to design during your NEWT exam, this will really be a cakewalk. Now then, unlike your OWL where you only will get 2 hours, I will give you 4 weeks to do each project. Each project will be slightly harder than the next, and by the time of the OWL exams you should be at the level that you should easily score or exceed expectations, if not an outstanding. Now I understand this may be a plunge in the deep for many of you, so for first 2 project I will allow you to work in groups consisting of no more than 4 people. This causes some exited chatter as some people exchanged glances, non-verbally asking if they wanted to team up. Now then, the professor said, immediately silencing the few still talking. I have a couple more things to announce before I will explain the project for the next month, so listen up. First off, this year I will only teach for 1 hour. The second is for the people who have questions regarding their projects. I will be there to answer any question you may have, but don't come here saying you don't understand anything. If you do that, then I put you back with the 3rd years, as it is clear you haven't learned anything for the last 2 years. Also, don't come the last week with barely anything done. If you have a problem, come immediately. These arrays should be able to be drawn in less than an hour. You will get 4 weeks, so don't come bullshitting to me that you had too little time, okay? Secondly, under no circumstances are you people allowed to activate an array without my strict supervision. Anyone caught doing it will no longer be welcome in my class and can say bye-bye to ever obtaining their OWL and NEWT in this subject. Finally, I expect a detailed report describing why you chose the runes in your array and what their functions are. This will not be expected of you in your O, but again, now you have more than enough time, and believe me, this will definitely help you. Now then, for your first project. She then began a 20-minute lecture on what she expected while giving some general tips on how to accomplish it. 2.5 hours later found 4 students sitting around a table in the library. So we are doing this project together? Alex asked, not sounding all that thrilled. I don't really mind, Astoria replied. It's our first project, so it probably will be easier to just do it with as many people as allowed, and we always can ask my sister if we still can't do it. She takes the NEWT class after all, so this shouldn't be a problem for her. We won't really learn anything if we let your sister help us. Rose commented. Harry meanwhile was sketching some runes on a spare piece of parchment as he listened with half a ear to the 3 girls. The task they had received was in his eyes simple enough. Make an array that upon touch will color either blue or pink depending on the gender. So while he was confident what he had just drawn was correct, he wasn't arrogant enough to not ask for a second opinion, especially not after he had just heard his earlier arrays could have blown up in his face. So what are you doing, Potter? Astoria asked. She found it strange that Potter of all people had invited them to sit with him, but then again, considering what he said before his sorting, she shouldn't be that surprised, but still it was just weird. For now she would at least treat him cordially until she could get the full story from either Alex or Rose. Probably both, considering how each of them often let their personality influence how they talk about things. Oh this, he said as he showed the piece of parchment to the girl opposite of him. I think the identification part and the coloring part are correct, but I am not sure as I never had to make something like this. Astoria stared at the parchment for a moment, as did Alex, who was sitting next to her, and after several seconds of silence Astoria finally voiced her thoughts. Did you just drew something where we got a month for in 10 minutes? Harry shrugged. We still need to make that rapport, and like I said, I am not completely positive that it is correct. I don't see anything wrong with it, do you too? Astoria asked the other girls. As they both gave a negative answer, Astoria said, we could always have my sister have a look at it before we start the report, and before you object, Rose, she will just look it over, nothing more. The redhead girl sitting next to Harry looked thoughtful for a moment, but then relented. Okay, and Harry, next time you will not be the only one who will work on this. Harry nodded. He honestly didn't care considering how little time he had spent on it, but then again that was only the first one, the next one should be harder. Shortly after that it was decided that Astoria would take the array with her and show it to Daphne, and they would take it from there. Shortly after that the group broke up and both Rose and Astoria left the library. Alex, however, had asked Harry to stay behind as she, according to her, had something to discuss with him. So, Harry inquired as soon as they were alone. Are you still going to tutor me? Harry shrugged. I said I would, didn't I? Alex hummed. You said you never had Umbridge, right? Harry shook his head. I barely recognized the name. Why? Is she going to be a problem? Well, for one, she really won't like it if someone else does her work, and I don't think she want anyone to learn something useful to begin with. What do you mean? Everything she thought was purely theoretical, and if she was questioned if we were going to do anything practical, she would say we wouldn't need it. Okay, so she won't like it, but there are no rules against it, right? None that I know about it, but if she gets the ministry involved, then that rule will be there sooner than later. I see. So what else can you tell me about her? What is her view on the whole blood purity thing? Alex frowned for a moment, wondering what that had to do with it, but answered regardless. From what I have heard, she is a strong supporter of the pure blood movement. Harry frowned for a moment at hearing this information, but then schooled his facial expression back to neutral. Then if she asks about why I am teaching you, just tell her that your father, the head of a pureblood house, is afraid someone might target his only daughter and has hired someone to teach her to defend herself. Make sure you emphasize that you think her teachings are more than enough, and that you think your father is just being overprotective, and that I am not trying to undermine her, but considering I don't have any money in this world, I'm just trying to earn some pocket money. Alex just stared at Harry for a moment, wondering how he just came up with such a bullshit story that might be believable to those that weren't close to her in a matter of minutes. And you think she will believe this? Harry shrugged. I have only met her once, so I can't assess her properly, but most supremacists are rather predictable. Lay the blame of your tutoring sessions with a pureblood. 1 point for you. Stroke her ego thinking her lessons are better than that of the boy who lived. Another point for you, and if you manage to convince your father to actually pay me, then you really will be believable. So you just doing it for the money? Alex asked with a scowl. Harry gave the girl a true genuine grin. Would my answer really matter? I do things for my own reasons. Maybe I want to make you stronger, maybe I want to earn money, or maybe I want one and the other as just a nice additional benefit. He then stood up and gave her the parting words. I go on my morning runs around 4:30. If you want to join me, make sure you are in the entry hall around that time. Tuesday morning, on what many considered an ungodly hour, found addressed in his exercised clothing Harry Potter walking through the halls of Hogwarts with a steaming cup of dark blue liquid in his hand. Last night had not been a good night for him. As he had not homework whatsoever to worry about, Harry had retreated back to his bed, and after casting the standard wards had pulled out both the diary and the notes he had received that morning. After 5 straight hours he had went over everything he had, and he could only conclude one thing: he was way over his head. The runic array that was used alone was already way over his head. While he understood parts of it, the greater part he had no idea what they were for. In the end, Harry decided to just call it a night for now, but unfortunately for him the crappy night was just starting for him, as after only 3 hours Harry awoke again, waking up after another nightmare, this time reliving the time his team had been sent to Greengrass Manor after the wards of that place had fallen. The dream had been strange to Harry. It felt more real, more like a memory than an actually dream. He also for some reason had the distinct impression of someone watching him throughout the entire dream. Harry broke out of his thought when he entered the entrance hall. The one who was responsible for breaking him out of his thoughts was leaning against a wall and looked like she was actually sleeping standing up. Standing there with half-lidded eyes and head dipped low was none other than Alexandra Black, or as she preferred to be called, Alex. Well, at least she is dedicated, Harry mused. She may look like she was still half asleep, but at least she was here. Few other would have gotten out of their bed on this hour for physical training. As Harry walked over, he couldn't help but think that robes were definitely one of the more stupider things wizarding kind had thought up. He had already knew that Alex was fairly attractive from the moment he had first laid eyes upon her, but now that he saw her out of robes and dressed in only a tank top and sweatpants, that became even more obvious. "Good morning," Harry greeted. Alex's head shot up and her eyes went open fully, and for a moment they looked disoriented before they settled on Harry and comprehension dawned on her face. Alex snorted. "There is nothing good about this morning," she muttered, and Harry had to agree with that, especially considering he had slept even less than the day before, but he wasn't going to show that. Besides, it was rather amusing to see her in this state. "What's that for?" Alex, after a moment of silence as she pointed at the goblet. "This?" Harry questioned, gesturing to the goblet with his offhand. "It's for you. I thought you might need some pepper up to get those eyes open." Alex grumbled, but took the offered potion, and after one last suspicious glance at it, she downed it one go. The effects were immediate as her stance visible straightened and the look of sleep in her eyes seemed to disappear as steam came out of her ears. After that, Harry used his wand to vanish the goblet and asked, "Shall we?" After running for 10 minutes in silence, Harry noted although Alex seemed to be easily keep pace with him, her breathing had become slightly labored. Deciding to take her mind off the running by asking a question he had been wondering about, Harry asked, "So what is the story of our headgirl?" Alex glanced to the side and looked Harry in the eyes for a moment, and he spotted something he couldn't immediately place: disappointment. But then the moment was gone and her gaze settled back to what was in front of her. "Why do you want to know?" she asked in a neutral tone. "Well, where I came from we had a Mr. Blaze Zabini there, not a Ms. Blaze Zabini, and definitely not a Blaze Zabini Fudge." Alex actually stopped running at hearing this. "Are you saying Zabini is a guy?" Harry barked a laugh at hearing this. "Well, this one definitely isn't," before mentally adding, "Well, at least I hope she isn't. It would be really awkward if she turns out to be a guy under glamours, but yes, the one I knew was a guy, arrogant bloke at that." Alex was sorely tempted to make a scratching comment about arrogant guys and certain in particular, but managed to show restraint and she started to run again. "So what do you want to know about her? She and I aren't particular close, so I don't know what exactly I can tell you." "What's up with the Fudge part of her name?" "Her mother married the minister a couple months ago. Shortly after that she was officially adopted by the man, but according from what I have heard she didn't want to give up her father's name, so she became Zabini Fudge." Interesting, Harry mused. He wasn't sure why, but he had the distinct feeling there was more to this marriage than met the eyes. The Zabinis, while few in number, had been purebloods who had both money and influence. They, however, hadn't been Death Eaters, but if they were in this universe, then that would definitely be troublesome, especially considering one of them is Mrs. Fudge. But to be honest, Harry doubted it. For one, Dumbledore never once mentioned the Zabinis when Harry had directly asked for information, and for another, Blaze's approach was all wrong. While yes, it was a very good tactical decision for the Death Eaters to have one of their children try and befriend the boy who lived and see what kind of threat he might prove, Blaze's approach had just been too obvious to be a Death Eater plot. "What about her ancestry? She isn't a full human, is she?" "There has been some rumors floating around, but nothing concrete." "Why?" Alex asked with a by now rather red face and considerable more labored breathing. Considering they were only 20 minutes in their run, this wasn't quite what Harry had hoped he would see at this point, but then again he had the feeling most of the students would have collapsed after only 10, some maybe even after 5. Harry shrugged. "She is the daughter of a woman who has direct influence on one of the most influential men in the county. Knowing a bit about her will give me some insight on her mother. Besides, I assume you do understand what the significance is of the daughter and perhaps the wife of the minister being not completely human. A minister who heads a ministry who has shunned magical races for decades." To be honest, Harry himself couldn't predict what would happen if that was true. Fudge had been a fool and was easily manipulated, so the Death Eaters probably wouldn't want to replace him until they were ready to come into the open, but on the other hand, doing nothing against a minister with a half-breed wife-daughter wouldn't look good either. Then there was Fudge himself to consider. Regardless of his incompetence as a leader, he did know how to survive in the political climate, but the question was, would he try to save his own hide or would he try and protect his family? The rest of the run was spent in relative silence, and Harry had to admit that the girl had spirit if nothing else, as even though it became clear it was getting difficult for her to keep up, she never once complained. Alex was not a happy person. No, in fact she was questioning her own sanity for not only waking up way too early, but also for doing this morning run thing. Damn, she thought she had a pretty decent stamina. But this was just too much. She was breathing heavily. Her legs felt like they were on fire, and even though she couldn't see it, she was pretty sure her normally pale face was bright red. But did she complain? Hell no. If Pot Harry can do this while making it look easy, then there was absolutely no way she was going to voice it out loud that she had problems. Speaking of the male she had been running behind, it really started to frustrate her how she couldn't get a read on the guy. Potter had been easy to describe. He was a selfish, arrogant, hypocritical bastard. Simple. But Harry, he was more difficult to understand than her friend Astoria. When she had first met him, she had been too angry, too focused on the past to see him properly. She had just thought he was arrogant and had no idea what he was talking about. But then there was the duel. It had been a borderline humiliating experience for her. It was a duel with a young man barely a year older than her, yet she had been so outclassed it wasn't even funny. And then instead of starting gloating like Potter would have, he pointed out her flaws like he wanted her to improve. Well, at least that is what she has realized now. At that time she just thought he thought that no matter how much she improved she wouldn't prove a threat. After her humiliating defeat she had sought refuge in the Black Library in search for a spell that would prove to that smug bastard she was someone he should take serious. It didn't take her long to find a spell that was described to have great power, and as soon as she deemed the spell good enough to use she went back to Potter Manor to challenge Potter to a duel again. The duel didn't go well. In fact, it went far worse than the one before. She had nearly killed someone that day. Worse yet, Potter hadn't batted an eye. He hadn't looked angry at her for firing the spell, nor had he looked even slightly fearful for coming close to death. It had greatly unnerved her how he could react like that. She would have preferred that he had shouted at her. Behavior like that she could have handled, but the way he remained calm like that, it was perhaps then that while her heart wouldn't allow it, yet her mind started to understand that the young man in front of her wasn't Potter. She knew no, he was the guy she would come to call Harry. Of course her heart and mind didn't quite agree on that matter for some time. It wasn't until her best friend had talked to her that she started coming around. Oh, don't get her wrong, at that time he definitely was still Potter, but she was willing to give her a chance if only for Rose's sake. So she had returned to Potter Manor and had apologized. It hadn't been easy for her, but she understood it was necessary. It was also then, her first conversation with Potter with a relatively clear mind, that she noticed his expressions were fake. It wasn't particularly obvious at first, but then there had been that one true smile at hearing about the Weasley twins, and then it became pretty obvious to her he was controlling what he was showing, most likely by using occlumency. She herself had some experience with the art, but she never particularly liked using it in that fashion. It always felt somewhat disconcerting to be disconnecting from her emotions like that. She always felt it was better to let one's anger out instead of suppressing it like a true lady should, at least according to her mother. Then again, Harry had lived a different life than her. She wasn't pretty sure she would need to keep a tighter check on her emotions if she saw half what he had seen. That conversation had also led to something else: Potter as her trainer. If anyone had told her she would request training from him even an hour before the actual request, she would have declared them mad. Her fist lesson was not quite what she had expected. Seriously, his instructions regarding silence casting were only slightly better than Snape's normal instructions during potions lessons, but she did it. In only a few hours she actually managed to do it, and while she never would admit it out loud, his compliment, his non-mocking compliment, was definitely appreciated. That had been the day that both her heart and mind had agreed he no longer was Potter. Of course things hadn't been actually smooth sailing since then. His following lessons had been less than pleasant. Then there was that time he apparated out of the compartment while leaving her and Rose to deal with his fans. Then there had been the matter of paying for training. At first she thought he meant it and was only doing it for the money, but when looking back she realized his answer had a deeper meaning. Then there was the matter of him asking about Blaise Zonaby, Hogwarts's local beauty queen. She was suddenly brought of her musings when she realized they had stopped moving, and it took her a second longer to realize that they were standing before the entrance of her common room. How did a Gryffindor turned Hufflepuff know where her common room was? The instructions she had received as a first year had been clear: keep the location of our common room secret, especially from certain notorious pranksters. So how the hell did he know? After she voiced the question out loud, she was rather annoyed when the young man in front of her only snorted. "You're kidding, right?" Harry asked. "No, I want to know why you where the entrance is it supposed to be kept secret even from friends of other houses?" Harry shook his head in disbelief. "You are a fifth year and you don't know where the other common rooms are? I mean, that was one of the worst kept secrets where I came from." "Where are they then?" "Well, the Ravenclaw one is obvious here. You have to solve a riddle to enter. The Gryffindor one is on the 7th floor guarded by the fat lady. You have to give a password to enter. Hufflepuff and Slytherin are in the dungeons, both password protected. Slytherin is hidden by a false dead-end wall and Hufflepuff is hidden behind another portrait, this one almost opposite of the one that leads to the kitchen." As Alex listened, one thought suddenly sprung up: wait, kitchen? After dropping Alex off at her common room and making sure she does the proper cool-down exercises, Harry made his way to his own dormitory and got ready for the day. After a long and hot shower, Harry decided that he really didn't feel like a repeat of the day before, so instead of making his way to the Great Hall, he walked over to a nearby portrait of a fruit bowl and tickled the pear. The moment he entered, he was surrounded by a small army of overly excited house elves, which made Harry briefly wonder what was worse. These little hyperactive guys are being surrounded by people who, although left him alone, kept staring at him. It didn't take long for Harry to come up with the answer. 2 minutes later, and seated at a small table filled with food, Harry could only conclude one thing: those guys were much better. As he ate, he remembered one of the things he during the sorting ceremony had added to his mental to-do list. He initially was going to ask a ghost about it, but those guys swarming around him probably knew more about the castle than even the Fred and George had. As such, he asked the closest elf he saw, "Hey, you wouldn't happen to know anything about Ravenclaw hidden room, would you?" Now what did he say? Harry thought as he stood in a certain corridor on the 7th floor. Walk past the room 3 times while thinking about what you want to appear right. After a moment of indecision, Harry decided he had little no nothing to lose, so he just did it. He quickly walked 3 times past the spot where the door should appear while thinking about that he needed a place to hide something, as that was what the elf had used in his example of how the room worked. To his surprise and delight, an actual door appeared. After drawing his wand, he cautiously opened the door. Once he could look in this new room, Harry could only think one thing: holy hell. The reasons for this particular thought was that the room Harry had just entered was easily the size of the Great Hall and was filled with all kinds of things, ranging from stacks of books to broken furniture. Even if some of this stuff is broken, this must be easily worth a small fortune. Harry thought with a calculating look before something caught his eyes. Standing there only a couple of meters away was something Harry didn't expect to see ever again. "The mirror of her eyes," Harry said with a hint of awe. "Harry, mate." Said person was brought out of his turbulent thoughts that had swirled in his mind since his visit to the newly discovered room of requirements. After glancing to the side the voice came from, Harry had to surpass a groan. Of all the times he could choose to appear, he had to do it with my mind in the state it is now. Of course, to be fair, this was the first 7th year class that Harry had attended, so he shouldn't be so surprised. "Ron," Harry tone greeted back in a rather neutral to the counterpart of one of his closest friends. The boy looked roughly the same as the one he remembered, slightly taller and dressed in better robes, a reward for obtaining head boy perhaps, but other than that he looked exactly the same. "Harry, mate, where have you been this whole time?" Ron nearly exclaimed. "We have so much to discuss. Ginny wants to see you. What were you doing with Black? How could you get sorted in the House of the Duffers? Can't Dumbledore get you out?" "No, wait, of course he can. He is Dumbledore." Harry stared a bit dumbfounded at the mini tirade the youngest Weasley male was given. He had made it clear at the sorting that he was not there, Harry Potter, hadn't he? And since when can Ron talk on the speed level of Hermione? Luckily for Harry, the charms professor decided to take that moment to start the lesson, and Ron, although seemingly somewhat reluctant, turned his attention to the part goblin. What followed was a half-hour-long lecture on the importance of the NE exams. It was somewhat interesting for Harry, as although he had heard the term OWL in passing, it was never completely clear to Harry what their importance was. If he understood correctly, then you can get a job with only but only low-paying jobs similar to muggles who only have a high school degree. NE, on the other hand, were far more important, as according to Flitwick, having an acceptable for a NEWT is better than an outstanding for OWL. After that, Flitwick used the rest of the lesson to go over the curriculum for their final year and took his time to answer any question the class filled with the four houses might have. This suited Harry just fine, as he seriously had too much on his mind to pay attention to a real lesson. He knew he shouldn't have looked, but his curiosity overrode his common sense. He just wished he hadn't. Knowledge may be power, but sometime ignorance is a bliss. The lesson had ended and it looked like Ron wanted to talk to Harry again, but he really didn't feel like another tirade, so he quickly said that lunch was about to start and that he wanted to talk with the professor for a moment. It seems that the person he was speaking to was still very similar, as Ron quickly left the room. Either unable to resist the call of food or not wanting to spend any more additional time with the teacher. "You wanted to speak with me, Mr. Potter?" the charms professor asked after Harry approached his desk. Harry nodded. "Yes, Professor," he said. "Professor Sprout told me all four heads of houses were informed about me." "That's correct, Mr. Potter," the professor confirmed while wondering what this was all about. "Then, I have a request to make." Harry Potter was not amused. "Why?" You may wonder. The answer to that question was sitting opposite of him. "I must really insist, Mr. Potter." The woman, and Harry used that term loosely, insisted. The woman, couch-toed couch sitting in front of Harry, was none other than his Dada teacher. Harry had just finished one of his most useless and boring Dada lessons ever. A fact that on some level was quite impressive considering who taught him the subject in his first 2 years. Well, to be honest, in terms of uselessness she and Lockhart were more or less equal. One told his class mostly fictional stories and the other had the class read a book where the proper defense to an attack was described as, "Don't make any threatening moves, try to calm the aggressor down, and if that fails, contact the OR department." So yeah, both lessons were completely useless, but at least Lockhart's were semi-interesting, or at least semi-interesting compared to spending the entire lesson reading a book that was written in such a style that even Binns would probably find it boring. The reasons for his current annoyance, however, was not the 2 hours he completely wasted. No, he had spent more than enough time with teachers who were useless that he really couldn't feel annoyed anymore that Dumbledore had yet again failed to hire someone competent. The reasons for his annoyance, however, was that this Umbridge woman had asked him to stay behind as she wanted to talk with him. Well, to be technically true, this was not the true reason. The true reasons happened 5 minutes after he had agreed and was invited into her office. The woman in front of him kept insisting that he drink something. Now he may be no mad eye, in terms of paranoia, but if this didn't scream suspicious, then he didn't know what did. Knowing he wasn't going to win a contest of wills and that he could hardly accuse her of something without some proof, Harry decided to relent for now and answered, "Some tea then, if you insist." Umbridge gave what seemed to be her patented creepy grin and stood up before moving toward a nearby table where tea set was standing on and started preparing it with her back, shielding what she was doing from Harry's eyes. That is, if Harry had normal eyes. After quickly activating his magical eye and closing his normal one, Harry saw that Umbridge had poured something from a vial into one of the cups. Bloody amateur, Harry thought as he quickly drew his wand, and before Umbridge had even time to pick up the cups, let alone have the time to turn around, Harry had fired a stunner which impacted seconds later, resulting in her crumbling down to the ground. Moving quickly, Harry fired a locking and a privacy charm at the door and then made his move over to Umbridge. He then picked up the vial still in the woman's hand and studied it for a moment before giving it a sniff. "Don't tell me that bitch actually wanted," Harry muttered with a frown on his face. He moved her to one of the wall and placed her in a sitting position, then he forced her mouth open and poured 3 drops of the vial in her mouth before muttering a counter curse to his stunning spell. When she came to, her face was slack and her gaze unfocused. "Truth potion," Harry muttered. This bitch actually wanted to give him truth potion. Harry had to close his eyes as anger raged through his veins. 2 simple words and he would never have to see the woman who dared to attack him like that again, but his rational mind stopped. It knew that regardless of how incompetent most of the Auror Corp was, the death of the undersecretary of the current Minister of Magic would no doubt result in the Auror elites swarming Hogwarts, and they weren't incompetent enough to miss that Harry would be the last one to see her. As Harry reined his emotions back under control, he realized that a perfect opportunity had arisen. He had a high-ranking ministry employee under Truth Serum right in front of him. It was time for some information gathering. "Why did you try and feed me truth potion?" he asked. "To find about any secret you might have," the woman replied in a monotone. Harry frowned at hearing this and decided to question further. "Why do you want to know those secrets?" "The minister wants your loyalty. Depending on your answers, I either would blackmail you to make sure you remain loyal, or if you don't have any secrets I would have used the knowledge I obtained from you in some other way that would make sure you wouldn't be a threat for the minister." "Does the minister know you are doing this?" "He knows that I will try gaining your loyalty for him, but he doesn't know the exact plans." "Do you have any other plans regarding me?" "No definite ones." "Is Blaze Zonaby Fudge involved with any of your plans?" For a moment it seems Umbridge actually showed a hint of distaste, and Harry wondered if the potion was already started to stop working, as the potion shouldn't allow this, but then it was gone and the professor spoke up again with the same emotionless tone. "The half-breed isn't involved with any plans of mine." Interesting, Harry thought before asking the next question. "Is Voldemort dead?" "The Dark Lord is dead, yes." "Dark Lord, not he who must be named," Harry thought. "Do you believe in pure blood supremacy?" "Yes," Harry cited. One of the highest-ranking ministry employees was a bigot. Great, just great. Information swirled through Harry's head as he exited the Dada classroom. After the question about her beliefs, Harry had continued questioning her, and he now knew quite a bit of useful things and a couple of things he really didn't need to know. The vial of what he now knew was Veritaserum. The strongest truth potion was also in his pocket. After he was done with the questioning, he had replaced her memory of the interrogation with one where she broke the vial of truth potion and where Harry had quickly been excused after a short conversation about what he thought about the current Dada course. Harry didn't like using memory charms. In fact, he hated using magic to mess with one's mind, but she couldn't be allowed to remember the meeting and he unfortunately couldn't kill her. Then suddenly he heard someone approach him, and judging by the sound, that person was running. Instincts bred in battle kicked in and his wand was in his hand. Seconds later, he spun around and came near face to face with what his mind identified as Pruitt Spawn. Instincts worked faster than his mind ever could, and before he could stop himself, a green beam of light came out of his wand and impacted the female redhead and catapulted her backwards. "Well," Harry mentally began. "Mr. Potter." A furious-looked Minerva McGonagall strode over from the other side of the corridor, wand in her hand and a look of pure fury on her face. "Shit," he finished out loud. It was Sunday morning, and with sunrise still several hours away, most people were currently still enjoying the warmth of their beds. Of course there are always exceptions, and one of those exceptions is Harry Potter. Now, considering that he had gotten up earlier than most of his fellow students for the last week to go running, this shouldn't be so surprising. Today he didn't get up, however, to run. In fact, he wasn't even in the castle. Currently Harry was sitting cross-legged on the ground roughly 100 meters away from a large manor. He was hidden away from the world by one of his first presents ever received, the invisibility cloak he had inherited from his father. Harry sighed as he slightly adjusted his seated position. The manor he was currently staring at was Nott Manor, the ancestral home of the Knotts and current home of Nott Sr. Nott had been an inner circle Death Eater in his universe, and while he couldn't confirm that Nott was one here, he had managed to confirm that Nott had bribed Fudge several times. So while he hadn't managed to confirm it, Harry had a very strong suspicion this Nott was also a Death Eater, so he had decided to use him for the next part of his Lord Riddle plan. McNair was still unconscious, so Harry couldn't confirm if the man had indeed relayed his warning, but even if he had, it would clearly not be taken serious if he remained idle. So Harry decided it was time to add some pressure, and that was why he was here. Luckily for Harry, shortly after his arrival it became rather obvious that Nott was indeed a Death Eater. This was because the moment he approached the wards, he felt something he hadn't felt in a while, but was rather easy to identify, a dark mark identification ward. The basic idea of the ward was both simple yet ingenious in Harry's opinion. Normal wards are usually active against everyone that aren't keyed in. This was also one of the reasons why places like Hogwarts and the Ministry, while having rather formidable wards, usually have several wards down unless an emergency situation. After all, it is rather tedious to add each and every visitor that wants to enter and remove him after the person leaves. That is why the dark mark identification ward was so ingenious. Basically, instead of having to key in each and every one off your allies in, the ward caused that everyone bearing the mark that only Voldemort could give would be seen as a friendly. The additional benefit was that now Voldemort had safe houses for all his Death Eaters without having to reveal the names of his followers. Unfortunately for Voldemort, he had underestimated the intelligence department employed by the Elder Council. They had managed to crack how the ward worked. In basic words, they had found a way to manipulate the ward in such a way that the ward would think the caster also bore the dark mark. The process how to do this was one of the few things the Elder Council had deemed necessary to be taught to the militia. Or to be more exact, it was taught to the team leaders who were supposed to teach it to his or her squid. They had managed to land several devastating attacks on Death Eater stronghold until Voldemort apparently wised up as the ward was removed from all no Death Eater homes. In Harry's opinion, they had lucked out due to the fact that Voldemort was so mistrusting of others. If the Death Eaters had used the Fidelius charm to hide their homes and strongholds, then they would have been screwed, but fortunately a person can only be a secret keeper of one secret, and as Voldemort wasn't the most trusting of persons, he didn't allow any of his assets to put under a charm that could potentially be used as a safe house for deserting followers. Of course, considering the fact that here the war hadn't started yet and the dark mark identification ward hadn't proven faulty yet, the ward was still there for Harry to exploit. The only real problem was that the process of fooling the ward was an extremely lengthy one, and as such Harry was already sitting in this exact same position for the last hour, and it probably would take another half hour to finish. The vexing thing in Harry's opinion was that the actual wards weren't even that strong. With the aid of the Elder Wands he could probably overpower the wards in 10 minutes tops, but the moment he would start to do that, the owner of the wards would no doubt be informed and he could flow the DMLE before Harry could breach the wards, and that was not something Harry wanted. In fact, if all things went according to plan, Nott would never know what hit him. As his spell work and wand movements went on autopilot, his mind reflected back on the rather eventful first week at Hogwarts. The first thing that came to his mind was the meeting in the headmaster's office after his lapse of control after his first Dada lesson. Harry was not pleased, and he himself was the cause of that displeasure. He could barely believe how much of a hypocrite he had acted. He had made that big speech that he was not the Harry Potter they knew, and what does he do the first time he sees a very unwelcome face? He sends a borderline dark curse at her. Of course, in his defense, he hadn't had the greatest day, with waking up after another nightmare, seeing the mirror of Eris and meeting that bitch of a Dada teacher, but still he should have better control than that. Even if the girl he cursed was the counterpart of the one partially responsible for the death of Jamie. He was suddenly brought out of his musings when the sound of music reached his ears. It was beautiful yet sounded completely unnatural, and Harry only knew one creature that could make sound like that. His thoughts were proven true when a beautiful bird landed on his knees. Fox, the phoenix, was staring him right in the eyes, never once stopping its song that supposedly brought courage to the good and instilled fear in the evil ones. Harry didn't practically felt braver nor fearful. If he had to call the effects of the song anything, he would describe it as feeling content. Like the weight of the world was removed from his shoulder and there was only the here and now. Harry briefly must what he was if he didn't feel anything bad from the song. He was no saint. He had killed and tortured. He may have done it for freedom, but the satisfaction he felt when he saw the light leave eyes of the likes of Severus Snape was definitely not something a good person does. Then again, a good person also doesn't leave a 1-year-old baby on the doorsteps of muggles who hate everything freakish and doesn't check on that person for over a decade. Harry was once again broken out of his thoughts when a voice broke the silence in the office after a new person joined the room. "How is she, Poppy?" Dumbledore asked from his position behind his desk. Flanking him, both wearing looks of displeasure, were the heads of the Gryffindor and the Slytherin house, Minerva McGonagall and Severus Snape. "She is stable, Headmaster." The Hogwarts nurse replied, "I want to keep her for the night as a precaution, but there shouldn't be any problems." The headmaster nodded and dismissed the local healer before turning to Harry. "Care to explain what happened, Mr. Potter?" "Instincts," Harry replied. "Instincts," Snape drawled. "Instincts," Harry confirmed. "Care to elaborate?" McGonagall asked. Not really, Harry thought, but knew he couldn't get away with that attitude, or at least not now. "I had just a Dada lesson and the professor asked me to stay behind. She asked several questions I for obvious reasons couldn't answer. She became rather unpleasant, borderline hostile. Eventually she realized I wasn't going to tell her anything and let me go. At that point, well, I wouldn't say I felt threatened, but it was close. And then Ms. Weasley came running at me and my body reacted to what it perceived as threat." Dumbledore looked thoughtful for a moment before asking, "So it is because you felt threatened by Professor Umbridge that you lashed out at your fellow student?" Harry shook his head. "No, not exactly. You have fought in wars, right? You know that in the middle of battle you don't have the time to overanalyze everything and you just go in a certain state of mind, one where you use the instincts you gained due to experience to fight. That is what happened. The conversation caused me to fall back to that state of mind and then I saw the counterpart of an old enemy and like I said I reacted." Dumbledore clearly didn't expect that last part, although he had been nodding along with the first part of Harry's explanation. "You were saying Ms. Weasley was your enemy. Somehow I found that hard to believe. The Weasley family has always been a family loyal to the light, quite similar to your own in fact." Harry's neutral face turned stony as he replied, "Well, there are always a couple of rotten eggs in every family, aren't they? Besides, both she and her mother were stripped of the name after their crime was discovered." "Ah, that must be why you referred to Mrs. Weasley as Pruitt when we first met," Dumbledore commented in such a tone as if he solved one of great riddles of the universe. "Might I ask what crime she had committed for such harsh punishment to occur?" "She is a murderer," Harry replied truthfully, and for that short moment he spoke all his emotional control was gone. His face was a mask of anger and his voice was filled with venom. For a moment three faces looked stunned at Harry. Both Snape and Dumbledore managed to mask their shock in seconds by bringing up their masks of indifference and smiling kind old man, but the Transfiguration teacher didn't have that control and that was clear to all to see. "And who exactly did the Weasley brat kill?" Snape drawled. "One of your little friends perhaps. Good riddance, I say." Harry's brow twitched at hearing this and was about ready to pull his wand out and give this Snape the exact treatment he had given to his counterpart, but then he saw that Dumbledore, unlike McGonagall who had admonished Snape for his long, was staring intensely at him and he came to a realization. "That bastard is testing me," Harry thought in anger. First Fawkes and then letting Snape's comments slide in favor of observing me. "Relax, Harry, close your eyes and breath, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, cut it all off." When he opened his eye it was cold and emotionless. He stared at Snape for a moment and while the hatred was still there he could control himself. He was not going to lose control again for the second time the day, and especially not in front of who could be his most useful ally or one of his worst enemy. That didn't mean Snape would get off scot-free. No, the man would suffer for his comment, but not now, not in the open like this. That didn't mean he couldn't make a dig at the man, of course. "I can see why you trust him so much, Headmaster. His caring nature toward students must inspire a great deal of trust." This time Snape's brow twitched and Harry knew that if it wasn't him then the man would never have allowed himself to show such emotion, but from his talks with Rose Harry knew that even though James Potter was still alive the petty man in front of him still had taken out his anger on the two Potter children. Truly a pitiful excuse of a man. "Why, you arrogant," Snape began as he started to reach for where Harry knew the man kept his wand. Unfortunately for Harry, Dumbledore stopped Snape before Harry could retaliate in self-defense. "Severus, control yourself," the old man said in very serious tone and with narrowed eyes. And there it is, Harry thought as he felt the subtle power that Dumbledore emitted. For all his flaws Dumbledore was without a doubt a powerhouse, and it was in times like this when the emotions were running high and the man didn't kept a tight check on his magic that he felt it, the power of the man who had beaten an elder wand bearer. This was probably the main reason why Harry would never openly go against Dumbledore as long as Voldemort was still out there. The power and influence the old man wielded was not something Harry wanted directed at him, at least not as long as a man even stronger was out there. Then again, for all his power, Dumbledore tended to have his moments' gullibility, so as long as he didn't do anything to openly against Dumbledore's beliefs, he probably would get away with it. Snape was visibly cowed and turned his head away from the intense gaze the headmaster had directed towards him. "And Harry, please don't provoke the professor like that," he said in a more gentle, but still with a hint of scolding in it. "And I can assure you I have complete trust in him." Harry nodded and replied in what he hoped was a diplomatic tone. "Of course," he said before adding, "this is after all still a free country. You are free to choose who you trust, just like I am free to choose whom I trust." Of course," Dumbledore agreed. "Freedom of choice is very important, but don't forget Harry, he is a teacher and shall be treated with the respect that comes with the position." "He is a teacher," Harry admitted, "not my teacher, but a teacher still. On the other hand, he also bears the mark of madman on his forearm. That alone makes it very hard to respect him. Everyone deserves a second chance, Harry." "Of course everyone deserves a second chance," Harry agreed, making Dumbledore smile genuinely. "That is until," Harry continued. "But that is what prison is for, isn't it? To protect society from criminals and show criminals that their actions have repercussions so that they won't go wrong again when they are released." Dumbledore's eyes darkened as he said in a more serious tone, "If I can help it, no human will have to get close to those foul creatures." Harry had to concede a point there. There were very few people out there he would like to see spend their life with the Dementors. Azkaban was yet another example of the hypocrisy of the wizarding world. Casting a Cruciatus curse, a torture curse that brings intense pain, will get you sentenced for life if you don't have the money or connection to get out. On the other hand, no one seems to care that criminals get tortured in their own head and most go insane in a matter of weeks. I agree that Dementors are a bit excessive for most criminals, but how do you expect people to change if they aren't shown they are wrong? I think we are getting a bit off topic here. McGonagall interjected before Dumbledore could answer. "Ah yes, Mr. Potter, do you have anything to add to your earlier statement?" Harry nodded. "Firstly, I regret I lost control like that," Harry said truthfully. He still couldn't bring himself to care that he had attacked her, but the fact that he did it without planning it and worse yet get caught, he definitely did regret. Like I said, it mostly happened due to Professor Umbridge's rather hostile manners. Next lesson I will be better prepared mentally, and I repeat, if this will not happen. There he showed regret, although probably not the kind Dumbledore wanted, and even said that he will do better. What more would he want? Dumbledore nodded. "That is good. And I can understand what you are going through. Both after the war with Grindelwald and Voldemort, I have seen many good people suffer the same problems you are currently experiencing. If you ever want to talk about it, know that both I and each of my staff will always there for you." Harry gave a nod understanding, expectedly ignored Snape's muttering of, "Not bloody likely," and replied, "Of course I appreciate the offer." Not that he would ever actually do it, but he could hardly say that now, could he? "Considering the circumstances, I have decided not to deduct any points," Dumbledore began before he had to give Snape a stern look to shut him up, as he clearly did not agree with the decision. When Snape looked away again, Dumbledore continued, "However, as you yourself pointed out, punishment is necessary to prevent for a person to learn what is wrong. As such, although no points will be deducted, you will serve a detention and you will have to apologize to Ms. Weasley." Smart, Harry thought. Using my own words against me. If I protest now, then I am contradicting myself, resulting in loss of credibility. Besides, a single detention wasn't that bad as long as it wasn't with Snape and apologizing to her. No problem. Lying with a straight face really isn't that hard, and as long as the confrontation doesn't happen out of the blue like the one after the Dada lesson, then he should be able to keep his emotions in check. "I understand, Professor," Harry said. "When and with who will I serve my detention?" Dumbledore's eyes twinkled extra brightly as he replied, "You will be assisting Professor Potter's OWL class that is on Monday after lunch." That manipulative son of a bitch, Harry thought. He hadn't even considered that angle. Oh well, too late to back down now, and it is only a single detention. "I understand, Headmaster," Harry replied, allowing the man himself to interpret just how much he understood. Meanwhile, back in the present, Harry had made some progress, but it would still take some time before he could move on undetected. So he continued reflecting on his week. He had apologized to her, well, sort of. Immediately after he left the headmaster's office, he had headed toward the infirmary. Once he was there, he was told that the red-headed girl was still under pain-relieving potions and therefore probably wouldn't be all the way there. Oh well, not his problem. He said he would apologize, nothing more, nothing less. So after walking up to her bed, he said in a loud enough of voice that the matron could hear him, "I am sorry." He then lowered his voice drastically as added, "That you are such a foolish girl that even though you knew what happened to me, you thought it was a good idea to run up to me like that." Having said those words, he turned around and left the wing in a quick stride. The days following his meeting with Dumbledore were hardly as eventful. He kept doing his morning runs with Alex, taking that time to quiz her about her knowledge. Unfortunately, he found that her level of Dada education was even worse than his had been at the start of his 5th year. While both had 2 competent and 2 incompetent teachers in their 4 years. Alex had the bad luck that her competent teachers were in her first 2 years. Years were nothing to useful as covered. After all, not even the fake Mad Eye would have gotten away with showing unforgivables to a bunch of 11 and 12-year-olds. Harry also had the additional benefit that he had been one of the Tri-Wizard champions. In hindsight, he should have studied a lot more considering just how deadly the tournament was, but regardless of that, he had still studied considerable more in the Dada compartment than his year mates, except maybe Hermione. Alex also didn't seem to like Ginny too much, as the first thing she asked when he saw her the morning after the incident was to ask if it was true, and after that she wanted a detailed report. He had told her that yes, it had happened, but if she wanted to know what exactly had happened, she had to show him she could use her magic to summon her wand to her hand. Considering that very few learn how to do magic wandlessly and even fewer do it without anyone instructing them, it was highly doubtful she would succeed, but she seemed that she really wanted the information, so who knows? Alex hadn't been the only one who had wanted to know about it. Heck, between the incident and now, it seems half the school had come and asked about the incident. Okay, it was more like groups of students would approach him and only one spoke, but still a large amount of students came. To prevent people thinking bad about him, Harry gave them a slightly altered version of what he told Dumbledore. Umbridge was not popular, so they could understand his reaction to her, and instead of saying he was a Voldemort war survivor, he just told them the same things he had told his dorm mates, the fact that he had fought in a goblin rebellion. Overall, his reputation didn't suffer much due to the incident. The Hufflepuffs sided with their dorm mate on principle, the Ravenclaw were fascinated by the differences between the universes, the Slytherins were happy he had temporarily taken out one of the Gryffindor Quidditch players, and the Gryffindors themselves forgave him because the attack was something that was done due fighting in war, which apparently was cool. It was almost painful for Harry to see all those people act like their house stereotype. There were a couple exceptions, of course, but most seemed like they never had heard of the word individualism. On Wednesday, he used his free day to explore the room of requirements. The first thing he done was cover the mirror of Arised. He really didn't need to see it right now. After that, he had ordered Toby to bring some order into chaos and move things so that things similar stood together. The result? A lot of junk broken beyond repair, even with the aid of magic stuffed into one of the corners, a couple of bookcases filled with books that really shouldn't be kept in the vicinity of children. Most of those were dark art related books, but there were also a couple of books about magic that was far above the level of an average Hogwarts student's. Some of those were about skills that were rather dangerous when tried if you were too unskilled. There were also a couple of books that deserved the adult rating for a different reason, and most of those had rather suspicious stains. Harry wasted no time to throw those with the other junk. Other than that, there was a lot of furniture. Most of it wasn't enchanted in any way, so they should be easily be sellable in both worlds. A large number of brooms was also collected. A good portion looked even worse than the school brooms, but some looked pretty nice. Harry wasn't too knowledgeable in brooms, so he wasn't sure if they were worth anything considering that they were pretty old. But who knows? Maybe there is someone out there who collects old brooms. He could always place an advertisement in the Daily Prophet if there weren't any stores that bought them. Other than that, there was a diverse assortment of other things. Most didn't seem too valuable, but he would hold on to it until he could be certain. After having taken stock what was in the room, Harry started to experiment what the limits of the room was. The first thing he had noticed was regardless of how powerful the room was, it was still bound to the laws of magic and as such couldn't do things as conjure food. The other thing he noticed was that from the outside you could open any room, and from the inside you could change it to your leisure. Harry hadn't the faintest idea how exactly it worked, but it seemed from what he gathered you could create an infinite amount of rooms within the ROR. Harry quickly used this by pacing thrice in front of the yet unseen door while thinking. I want a personal storage room specifically for Harry Potter. The room he had entered was large but empty as Harry had expected. He then had left the room and had returned to the room of hidden things. There he had shrunken the bookcases and had taken him with him. He then had summoned his own personal storage room again and dumped the bookcases there and enlarged them. He then left the room again and summoned the room of hidden things again. There he confirmed that the books really were gone from the room. After that he left and summoned up his own personal room and saw to his satisfaction that the books were still there. Harry was very pleased by this, as although everyone apparently could access the room of requirements as long as you didn't know the exact requirements, you couldn't enter specific rooms. The only real problem was that Harry hadn't the faintest idea how this room worked and thus didn't particularly trust it. The only real place in Hogwarts he would trust to be a safe storage room would be the Chamber of Secrets, but until he knew for certain what happened to this Universe Marauder's map, he was very reluctant to enter. After all, if anyone saw him disappear from the map from the girls' bathroom, then he probably would have to answer some very uncomfortable. On Friday he had his first lesson of cultural education, and in his opinion it was one of the most ridiculous lessons ever. The lesson was held in the Great Hall and was mandatory for everyone to attend. It took Harry only 5 minutes to discover that this was nothing more than a long pure-blood propaganda speech. Another 5 minutes later and Harry was convicted. Whoever thought it was a good idea to give a 4-hour lesson to all the students at the same time was the biggest idiot ever. There was serious no discipline at all. A lot of students were just talking with their neighbors and some were using this time to do their homework. The only ones who were somewhat paying attention were the first years, and most of them looked like they were wondering if they could get away with not paying attention like their upperclassmen. After the first hour had ended, the attention span of most of the first years had long since wavered, and by then no one was really paying attention anymore to the man preaching about the importance of traditions and the dangers of change. Harry himself had continued to listen to the preaching man throughout the entire lecture. Not because he found it interesting. No, it was because this reeked of Voldemort influence, and Harry was very curious just what he was trying to do. So far he wasn't too worried. The preaching man was nearly as boring as Binns and no one seems to pay his words much heed, but if he was replaced by a competent speaker, then who know what that person can do to the Hogwarts student's body, which is notorious for its sheep mentality. On Saturday Harry had his meeting with Professor Babbling, the eccentric witch had quizzed him extensively on 3rd and 4th year ancient runes knowledge. After 3 hours she seemed somewhat satisfied, but still gave him the titles of several books and told him to read them. She then asked him if he had any questions. Not one to waste an opportunity, Harry spun a bullshit story about reading a rune book that described certain things he didn't understood. In reality that book was the notes and the diary he had received from Dumbledore, but he rather not ask directly for help like that. Babbling had smiled knowingly at him and he knew she saw straight through his lie, but luckily for him she didn't comment on it and she started a lengthy explanation about the subject along with mentioning several reference books. By the time for the evening meal came around, Harry's head was spinning with new information and yet he had barely made a dent in the knowledge required for the ritual. Seemingly as if reading his mind, she didn't. He might not be the most accomplished occlumency user, but he would have felt it. The professor said, "If you have any more questions, Mr. Potter, then you can come back next week at the same time." After a moment thought, Harry nodded and agreed. Back in the present, Harry stood up stiffly. He was finally done and it was time to get moving. After making sure that the deadly hallow was still firmly covering him, Harry quickly made his way to the door. To his slight disappointment, Harry couldn't even detect the slightest hint of magic coming from the door. That arrogant bastard apparently believed no one could get past his wards. "Harry, wand drawn, cautiously opened the door and entered what he assumed to be the entrance hall. Then suddenly a distinct pop sound was heard and a house elf was standing in front of him. "Welcome to," the elf began, but then noticed that no one was there, which was weird considering that the wards had informed him that someone deemed friendly had entered the premise and then the door had been opened. Harry chose that moment to fire a near point-blank stunning spell at the wide-eyed elf, resulting in the elf slumping to the ground. He then used his fake eye to scan the entire manor. He saw several things of interest, but his primary reason for being here was in a bed in a room 2 floors up. After making his way over to that room as silently as possible, Harry opened the door and stunned the still sleeping man. Harry then pulled 2 items out of his pocket, a sharp-looking knife and a shrunken bottomless trunk. He then used his magical eye to scan the house again, specifically paying attention to all those valuable-looking things. He then glanced at the stunned knot and sighed. "This is going to take some time," he muttered. It was busy like always in Diagon Alley, with most people constantly moving around. One of the people in the alley was not moving. That person was dressed in hood and cloak and had been leaning against a building for the last couple of hours. The person was slowly chewing on the blood pop in its mouth and wore a slightly thoughtful expression on its face. It had already been a week since the assignment received by the Elder had started and process was slow. Sure, it had been easy to find out that both targets attended Hogwarts, but to get in, accomplish the assignment and get out undetected would be far harder. The cloaked person was pulled from its thought when a large commotion seemed to happen near the apparition point. Glancing in the direction of the commotion, the person noticed that the cause of the commotion was another person who was also wearing a hooded cloak. The person's face was also obscured by some kind of illusion as it only showed blood-red eyes. The reason for the commotion was because the hooded person had thrown a naked man face first on the ground and then coldly said, "Disgrace." Using its superior eyesight, the blood-pop-chewing person noticed that someone, most likely the man who had called him a disgrace, had carved a message in the man's back. "Followers of the false heir, beware. You did not heed my first warning. This will be your second and last warning. Leave the service of the fake or become the enemy of the one true heir of Slytherin, Lord Riddle." The observing hooded person chuckled at reading that. The message lacked a bit in certain departments, but it was still amusing. The person then moved its attention back to other hooded person. The illusion obscuring its face was pretty good, but a disciplined mind could definitely see trough, so slowly, but surely things the illusion had been obscuring became more clearer. He was definitely male, a fake eye and a rather prominent scar, a normal emerald green eye. A lightning bolt scar on the forehead. Harry Potter, the primary target of the mission, was standing there. And then suddenly he disappeared, aparting to who knows where. One of the bystanders, wearing a lime green robe with a crossed bone and wand on his back, approached the still downed man and cast a spell on him, and after several seconds he exclaimed, "He is alive." He then turned the man around, resulting in several mothers shielding their children's eyes, and was about to cast more diagnostic spells when he noticed something on his arm which made him take several steps back. "The dark mark," he exclaimed even louder than before. Those 3 words definitely caused a reaction. People screamed, some fainted and most ran away. Within 10 minutes the entire alley was almost entirely deserted, all caused by a stunned naked man with a tattoo. The hooded person, one of the few remaining conscious people in the alley, chuckled loudly as a large grin spread on its face. "Oh, this is definitely an interesting twist." One Alexandra Black was not a happy person. No, not happy at all. First, she had gotten up early for her daily run with Harry and then he didn't show up. She had waited for 20 minutes. Okay, her eyes might have closed once or twice so the time passed a bit faster, but still. After 20 minutes she just decided to run on her own. She could always chew him out for not showing up when she saw him. Unfortunately, things didn't go much better after that. Only 5 minutes in her run she encountered Peeves. Not once with her runs with Harry she encountered anyone, and yet after only 5 minutes running alone she encountered Peeves. Who had she pissed off in a past life to deserve this? But then something strange happened. Instead of doing things like normally does, aka things she really did not want to handle this early in the morning, he had looked at her with something akin to curiosity before exclaiming, "The master's little fried." That had definitely been weird, and weird was not something she could handle well before her first cup of coffee, so she did what any sane person did when they encountered the unpredictable Peeves while he was making less sense than normal. She turned around and hightailed it out of there. Unfortunately, due to her distracted state of mind, she forgot to jump over one of the fake steps as she descended the stairs. Merlin. She had been lucky that she had managed to grasp the railing, otherwise the resulting fall would have hurt like hell. The only good thing was that Peeves for some reason hadn't decided not to follow. He probably would have laughed his off due to her little maneuver. The rest of the run had gone relatively uneventful, but she had noticed her arm had started to hurt a little ever since she had to use it to catch herself. She hoped it would go away soon, as the tryouts for the Quidditch team would probably be next week, and she really did not want to lose her Seeker starter position. Sure, Madame Pomfrey could fix whatever it was in a matter of seconds, but the woman tended to be a tad overbearing, so she would rather try and avoid the infirmary, especially so early in the year. After finishing her run, she took a very lengthy shower, letting the hot water wash away any stress she felt. If there was one benefit for getting up so early, it was definitely that she could take as long as she wanted under the shower. After getting ready for the day, Alex had made her way over to the Great Hall for breakfast and hopefully to see Harry and demand to know why he wasn't there. Unfortunately, her recently revived good mood turned sour when just before entering the hall she was confronted by none other than Ginny Weasley. Alex had known Ginny for years, and as both were regular visitors to Potter Manor, she had to see and interact with the girl more than she cared for. To put it lightly, she didn't care much for the redhead. Even though she was a couple months older, Ginny had always acted like a spoiled little brat, and when she became the girlfriend of Potter, her behavior escalated even further. When Alex visited Rose during the summer, even accused her that the only reason she came over was to seduce Potter away from her one true love. Merlin, that comment had been wrong on so many levels that it wasn't even funny anymore. Now it seems the girl's delusions had grown even worse, as she at this very moment was threatening her to stay away from Harry as he was hers. What was wrong with this girl? She did hear that this was not the same person as her dead boyfriend, right? That this was the very man who had cursed her, right? Was she some kind of masochist? Ginny apparently didn't like her silence as she drew her wand and fired a spell at her. Slow, Alex thought as she couldn't help but think back at the dodge training Harry had given her, and before she realized it, her body had moved to dodge the spell and she had pulled her wand. Then, while still in her dodge movement, she aimed her wand and fired a non-verbal full-body bind. Alex had only a moment to smugly look down at her fallen opponent before she heard a voice she rather not hear right now. Ms. Weasley, Ms. Black. Minerva McGonagall had arrived. Currently, the still not very happy Alex Black was sitting in what she was told was the entrance room of the Hufflepuff common room. It had surprised her slightly that no one had made a problem of her entering the room as long as she stayed in that part of the common room. Her surprise, however, had done nothing to lighten up her bad mood. Getting deducted 30 points for defending herself had definitely put another damper on her already dark mood. At least McGonagall gave Weasley a harsher punishment, but still totally unfair. Then there was the fact that Harry was nowhere to be found. Rose, who she had asked first, hadn't seen him, and his yearmates told her he was already up before they had woken up. She had then swung by the kitchen. She had managed to convince Harry to tell her where it was the elves told her he hadn't come by for breakfast. Something which caused several elves to cry as they thought they had offended him some way. They really were overly emotional little buggers. Still, regardless of her foul mood, she couldn't bring herself to leave the kitchen like that. Only a heartless person could have left the kitchen filled with crying and near tears elves. So she had to spend the next 15 minutes convincing the elves they hadn't done anything wrong and that they would see Harry the next day. If necessary, she would drag him there herself. There was no way she was going to allow him to make those creatures who have prepared her food for the last 4 years cry again. Once she left the kitchen, she almost immediately ran into Rose, a rather distraught-looking Rose who apparently couldn't find Harry anywhere in the Hufflepuff common room. This had not pleased Alex. First, Harry hadn't shown up, then there were the elves, and now Rose. Her first instinct was to search through the entire castle, find Harry and drag him to Rose and force him to apologize for making her distraught, and then to the elves for similar reasons, but her rational mind was telling her that Hogwarts was way too big to search for someone if you have no idea where to look, and that is not even mentioning the grounds. So she tried to convince Rose, and although she would never admit it out loud herself, that Harry was all right, saying that after all he had survived he wouldn't be hurt too easily. Alex wasn't sure if Rose had believed her or not, but she seemed to calm down somewhat and said she was going to wait in her common room as that was the most likely place he would return. She had then invited Alex to join her. Said girl was indecisive for a moment, but then agreed. And that is where they were now. Rose and Alex sitting next to each other on one of couches placed in entrance room of the Hufflepuff common room. It was at that moment the portrait guarding the room opened, and seemingly without a care in the world Harry Potter strode in. He seemed to have spotted them as he made his way over to them. An easygoing smile adorned his face as he approached them. "Good morning, Alex, Rose," he greeted before looking a bit puzzled at Alex as he questioned. "Is something wrong? You look a tad angry." It was at this point that Alex could almost hear the mental snap that happened at hearing that specific statement. Yesterday morning one of the most upstanding members of our community was dropped off naked in the middle of Diagon Alley with a message barbarically cut in his back and a forged dark mark of the followers of you-know-who, on his forearm. The one who was attacked was none other than the head of the Knott family himself. Lord Knott, age 71, is well known for his tireless work as a member of the Wizengamot. He is also famous for his donations to various charities. The dark wizard who dropped him off wore a hood and a cloak and had blood-red eyes. We here at the Daily Prophet consulted a dark magic expert, and he suspects the eyes are a side effect of a dark ritual. When asked to comment on this heinous incident, Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, had this to say: "We are currently still investigating the case. Several of my Aurors have been assigned to the case and the matter should be resolved shortly. Until then I have no further comment." Minister Fudge had this to comment: "Whoever did this will not get away with it. This dark wizard will be caught shortly and will face the punishment it deserves. We of the Daily Prophet offer our sympathies to the Knott family and hope that they will quickly recover from this attack." Harry snorted as he threw the paper down. It was Monday morning and Harry was eating his breakfast in the kitchens. For some reason the elves had been even happier than normal to see him this morning. Why, he did not know, but for his sanity he had decided not to question it. After taking another bite of his food, Harry gave a slightly disgusted glance at the front page. That article was really ridiculous. At the very least they could have included his little message. Oh well. The message wasn't meant for the general public anyway, and those who it was meant for had more than enough connections, so they probably received word of the incident minutes after it happening. If they weren't too stupid, then they would contact Knott himself for information. Then they would not only learn the message if they hadn't yet. They would also learn that Knott never knew what happened until it was too late. In other words, they would learn that whoever the one was who had threatened them could infiltrate their houses and subdue them without them even noticing. As he took another bite, his thoughts shifted to something that had been on his mind for the past few days: his revenge against Snape. Despite all his flaws in personality, Snape was unfortunately not someone who could be taken lightly. Trying to feed him potions was definitely out. He had barely OWL level knowledge in the art, and Snape was not only a master in the art, but he was also a spy. Something which you don't survive long if you don't understand the meaning of the word caution. A straight-out duel he could probably win. He had done it before against a different Snape, but the problem was Dumbledore. The headmaster wouldn't take too kindly to Harry curses his little pet redemption project. No, he needed to do something where the blame couldn't be laid upon him. As Harry was thinking, he glanced around the kitchen, looking for anything that might inspire him. Then suddenly it came to him as he watched the elves, and with the idea forming in his head a large grin started to spread on his face, one his old teammate Clara would have been proud of. Lily Potter was a nervous wreck. Albus had informed her that her son would serve detention with her for his attack on who she had thought of as her future daughter-in-law. These last few weeks hadn't been hard on her. Her son, the boy who she finally started to accept was dead, had been summoned by ritual, but he didn't accept them as his parents. To him his parents were dead. Lily couldn't understand that. Her parents had been killed by werewolves employed by Voldemort, and she would gladly have given up her wand arm for the chance of seeing them again. Harry was also so different than she expected. Her rational mind understood that two boys with such difference in upbringing could never end up exactly the same, but to see him in Hufflepuff and hear that he has cursed Ginny Weasley, it was just difficult to comprehend. Then there had been the incident with the train. Harry would never have left like that, but this one, he was far more independent. She sighed as she rubbed her eyes. In all honesty, it hadn't been only the past few weeks that had been hard on her. The years following that fateful Halloween hadn't been easy either. At first it had been wonderful being the parents of the boy who lived. In all honesty, she knew that she shouldn't have enjoyed the fame like that, but the temptation had been too much. But not everything had been rainbows and sunshine after that. There were attacks and kidnapping attempts by dark sympathizers. Even a couple legal attempts to remove her children from her care. As for those who opposed them, the Light, they put more and more pressure on them to act as the perfect Light family. In honesty, she knew she shouldn't allow others to dictate how she acts, but there was no denying the hatred the war had left her for all dark things. And while she would not admit out loud or even admit it to herself, there was also still that small part of her mind that enjoyed all the attention, and she did not want to lose that. There was a knock on the door, and when she called to enter, her son entered, his usual look of indifference plastered on his face as he dipped his head lightly and greeted, "Good afternoon, Professor Potter." Lily sighed. If she was ever going to connect to this version of her son, then it would take a lot more than the time of a single detention. Daphne Greengrass listened impassively as her little sister rattled on about how the boy who lived had to assist Professor Potter as part of some punishment. If the rumor mill was correct, then this was because he had cursed Weasley 7 for some reason. Harry Potter arriving at Hogwarts was definitely an unexpected occurrence, not necessarily a good one, but unexpected definitely. She had observed the boy when she shared classes with him, and it was difficult for her to see him as the same person who she had shared classes with for the first 4 years of her Hogwarts career. Gryffindor Potter had been so easy to read that even Astoria in her first year could have broken down his character after observing him only for a while, but this Hufflepuff Potter could have easily passed off as one of her housemates. It was rather easy for anyone who took a moment to look that this Potter clearly was not showing what he was thinking and usually wore one of those fake smiles. While recognizing that had been easy, reading his actual character was a lot harder. This made him an unknown element, and those were always dangerous. This was one of the reasons Daphne did not like that her little sisters associated with Potter. Either one of them, to be honest. After all, the Dark Lord does not play fair, and if he has to kidnap someone to break someone else, he will do it without hesitation. For now Astoria was protected, but you never know it with that man. Daphne mentally sighed. If only her sister wasn't that stubborn, then she could just tell her what a bad idea it was to stay friends with the youngest Potter and to be even associated with the oldest child, but if she did that, then Astoria in her stubbornness would probably just do the opposite. She may have matured these last few weeks, but she still had those "you are not my mother, don't tell me what to do" moments. So if she couldn't separate them, then she had to come up with an actual excuse she could give in her defense. An excuse for her friendship with the youngest Potter was easy enough. The girl was a descendant of an old pureblood line, and she seemed distant enough from her family that their pro-Light stance would affect her status much. So she could always claim that Astoria was teaching the girl the proper ways. The Potter male, however, he made it very clear that he was not the same person as her former classmate, but even if he said that, there were still a large number of people who hate him simply because he was Harry Potter. Fortunately, he was also due to his behavior very much unknown, and as much as it irked her that she could not figure him out as easily as his counterpart, she could use this. She could just claim that Astoria was information gathering like any half-decent Slytherin should do. In fact, the idea bore merit to be more than a mere excuse. Why hadn't she thought of this before? She had noticed Blaze's subtle and sometimes not so subtle attempts at striking up a friendship with their newest yearmate, and she could never understand why Blaze, who she knew was intelligent, would do such a dangerous thing so openly. But now she realized it. Potter was without a doubt going to play a major part in the upcoming war, and any and all information she could gather before then would be most valuable. Now the question was how to approach him. For the first time in what felt like the longest time, Harry James Potter bore a shitating grin. The reason for that was because he was finally back in the air. Flying on a broom may contribute absolutely nothing to the war, but Harry couldn't bring himself to care. Right now as he soared toward the sky he was free, no upcoming war to worry about, no meddlesome headmaster, no need to keep track of different personas, no overly noisy people, no nothing. He moved the nose of his broom down and sped to the ground, all the while his grin was getting wider and wider, and just before he was going to make a potential fatal face plant he pulled up and shot back up in the air. As he regained his previous altitude he hovered for a moment, enjoying the sight of Hogwarts in all her glory. He really needed this. So much had happened, so many times he had to control his emotions, and never had he the chance to just unwind. That is why when everyone was eating dinner he had grabbed his newly acquired Nimbus 9001 and just walked out of the castle and kicked off. The new broom, despite his rather strange name, was amazing. Maybe it was because he hadn't flown in such a long time, but from the moment he had kicked off the ground he had felt amazing. His firebolt had reacted to his barest touch, but this broom had seemed to be on a completely different level. He had decided there and then that he would attend the tryouts for his house team. He may be a complete idiot for wanting to play a sport that nearly killed him several times, but he reasoned he would find himself in a life or death situation sooner than later anyway, so if his life was going to be in peril anyway, why not, as he enjoyed himself. Ignoring that most people would not agree with his logic or even consider it logic in any shape or form, Harry continued to hover and relax. As the wind blew past his face, Harry just closed his eyes and relaxed, knowing that the moment he re-entered the castle he had to be back at the top of his game. Tuesday passed, and to Harry's disappointment Umbridge hadn't held him back again. As according to her memories she dropped her truth potion the last lesson, Harry had expected to be held back again and score some more Veritaserum. He doubted his memory charm hadn't worked, otherwise he would probably already be rotting in Azkaban, but then why didn't she held him back? The most logical answer would be that she couldn't get her hands on any more Veritaserum, but he also knew that the Ministry had a decent stockpile of the potion at any time. A very strictly controlled stockpile, but a stockpile nonetheless. This could mean that the woman couldn't afford others to know that she was drugging students and was probably working alone. This was both a blessing and a curse for Harry. On one hand, it is much easier to deal with a single person, but on the other hand, people who don't have anyone to fall back to are much more difficult to predict. If she was working for the minister and something went wrong, then she probably would report to that man, but now. It was Wednesday, and after his run Harry decided he had postponed the inevitable long enough and made his way to second-floor girls' bathroom. While he would have preferred it that he knew who, if it was still out there, had the Marauders map. The truth was that unless he had an unbelievable stroke of luck he would never, suddenly, find it. And if he was going to ask around for it, then he had to admit how he knew about the map. Something he didn't want either. So here he was, hopefully too early for anyone to track him and hidden from view by his trusty invisibility cloak, standing in front of the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. On his back he had his backpack, which was filled to the brim with shrunken valuables from both the Room of Requirements and Not Manor. Luckily it seems Myrtle wasn't in her usual place, so Harry could move on undisturbed. After walking over to a familiar sink with a snake engraved in one of its taps, Harry hissed. Section open section. The moment he hissed that word, the sink started sinking into the ground and a space big enough for him to pass through opened up. Harry paused for a moment and then hissed again. Section stairs section. For a moment nothing happened, and then the slide glowed for a moment before it suddenly transformed. The smooth surface of the slide turned into steps of a stair in a matter of seconds. Well, I be damned, she was actually right, Harry muttered as he stared at the stair that seems to go on forever. Section a escalator. Section. Harry half stated, half questioned, but to his disappointment nothing happened. Harry stared a bit apprehensively down at the stairs. He knew from experience that the way down was long, and to be honest he didn't feel like walking down any more stairs so shortly after his morning run. Screw it, Harry thought after a moment and hissed. Section slide section. Harry grimaced as he shot out of the pipe and just barely managed to land in a crouch. He immediately pulled out his wand and started to remove the slime that was covering him. He also gave himself a firm mental reminder that on his way back he should transform the slide in stairs and clean them. He did not want to go through that every time he came here. Now he was clean again, he was ready to move on. The tunnel he was in was exactly as he remembered. Dark, very dark, so with his wand still in his right hand he started to channel his magic in his left and concentrated his mind on a specific action for a second, and then silver-colored flames sprang out of his hand and illuminated the corridor. He may not like Lupin much anymore after what he did to Tonks and for not taking care of him after his parents' death, but there was no denying the man knew some pretty nifty spells. A flame that did not harm the caster and once cast was self-sustaining, thus left one free to use magic definitely was useful in situations like this. Once he could see properly, Harry had to bite back the grimace at seeing the sheer amount of bones and other assortment of things of what was left from the snake's meals. "Toby," he called, but after several seconds of nothing happening Harry concluded that this place was somehow shielded even against elven apparition. It was no real surprise to Harry. This was after all the Chamber of Secrets. It would be a really crappy hidden chamber if a mere elf could bypass the need to speak Parseltonge and just apparate here. He sighed. Household charms were not exactly his strong point, but he should be able to do this. With a wave of his wand and a non-verbal incantation Harry fired a spell that removed all the bones from the floor within his line of sight. The floor still looked filthy, but at least he didn't have to listen to the ominous sound of walking over breaking bones anymore. Besides, he could always bring Toby in person down next time instead of trying to summon him. That should probably work. After several minutes of walking and several repeats of his earlier spell, Harry stumbled upon something that had given his younger self nearly a heart attack. There, lying on the ground, was the 20 feet long shredded skin of the so-called Slytherin's monster. Intent on taking it with him, Harry fired a shrinking charm on the skin, and to his shock and slight awe the spell didn't affect the skin at all. He knew that basilisks had a magic-resisting skin that was even better than that of a dragon, but to think that shredded skin still contained the same magic-resisting properties. Harry grinned. His dragonhide clothes had been good and he had been saddened that he had left them behind in his own universe, but perhaps he could replace them with something even better. He decided to leave it there for now and to move on. After walking and cleaning for several more minutes Harry arrived at a familiar solid wall on which 2 entwined serpents were carved, their eyes set with great, glinting emeralds. Harry cocked his head slightly to the side as he looked at the snakes. "I wonder if I could sell those stones," Harry mussed before hissing. Section opened. The door opened and Harry strode forward. As he entered the room he couldn't help but gaze at the spot he had nearly died. Even now, nearly half a decade later, Harry could barely believe his 12-year-old self, his weak, pathetic 12-year-old self, had survived an encounter with one of the deadliest magical creatures out there. Merlin. His past self had really been an idiot. You would think that a near-death experience in his first year coupled with learning that your parents' murderer is still alive and probably wants you death would have been enough for him to take his studies more seriously, right? No, he hadn't. In fact, to make matter worse, after his second year, a year where he nearly died several times again, he yet again didn't intensify his studies. In fact, when he got to choose electives he chose some of the easiest if not the most useless that he could have chosen. At least in his third year he went out of his way to approach someone to learn the Patronus charm. Admittedly that was more because he didn't want to lose another Quidditch match, but at least he learned something useful. Then fourth year came around and Maeve. What a disaster that was. He couldn't even use the excuse that danger found him there. In his previous 3 years he had more or less dived in danger headfirst with little to no preparing, but now he had known exactly when the danger would be. Not only that, but he knew that someone was out there who had put his name in the tournament with most likely less than pleasant reasons in mind. Did he train? Yes. Did he spend every free second he had trying to increase his chances at survival? Not even close. And thus he survived yet another year more or less on luck. But that year something had changed. He had seen someone else die in front of him. It was kind of ironic. After all the time he himself had nearly died, it was seeing someone else die that finally fueled his drive to improve. Harry briefly wondered how things would have been different if he had put full effort in his schooling from the beginning. Could he have been strong enough by the time of the Tri-Wizard tournament to save Cedric? To stop Wormtail from conducting the ritual? To stop the war before it even began? Harry shook his head and decided not to dwell on that particular line of thoughts. He had long since decided not to ever mess with time again, and he knew that dwelling on the past wasn't particularly healthy. Besides, without the threat of Voldemort, some of Harry's more fonder memories probably wouldn't have happened either. Coming back to reality, Harry fueled his magical flames with some more magic, causing them to grow and allowing Harry to see the room a bit better. Not that it was really necessary. The room could easily be described with a couple of words: dark, gloomy, lots of snake statues and one of a partially ugly bastard. As he approached the aforementioned statue, Harry activated his magical eye to see through the face of statue. What he saw put his mind at ease. The snake was still there. It was lying curled up and apparently sleeping. As he came closer to the statue, Harry could sense the magic on it. The mouth felt like a locking charm, slightly altered, but it felt close enough to the original to easily identify. The magic on the rest of the head was harder to identify, however. The closest thing he knew that felt like that was the magic of the sleeping spell. Only this felt like the effect was amped up several times. Some kind of forced hibernation perhaps. He decided to just leave the snake there for now. He had no idea how hungry the snake was, and unless there was an emergency, he'd rather be 100% sure he could control the potential hungry snake. Besides, the snake was his hidden ace if trouble arrived at Hogwarts. Currently there was nothing here yet that required such drastic actions, although it was very tempting for him to send it on the likes of Snape and Umbridge. Alas, Umbridge was too much of a high profile to be killed, and Snape still had his uses as a spy. Of course those protections wouldn't last forever, and he could only not kill them, and to quote Dumbledore, there are things worse than death. It had taken him several days to prepare and make sure nothing could be tracked back to him, but Snape would receive his first sample of that tomorrow, and Harry was definitely looking forward to it. With a grin on his face, Harry started to unload and resize all the shrunken things from his backpack. It was Thursday and Harry was sitting next to Rose enjoying his evening meal. They were discussing the Quidditch tryouts that the captain had held this morning before the lessons of the day had started. Harry had on more than one occasion thought that would have been borderline insane, but the current captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team was just as bad, if not worse. Seriously, who would hold those tryouts that early and then in a cheerful voice say that it was to see if they were dedicated? Don't get him wrong. Harry could somewhat understand the need for dedicated players, but did she even think before blurting that out in front of a bunch of grumbling half-awake hopefuls? Couldn't she, if she had to say anything on the subject, just say something along the lines that the pitch was booked any other time that week? It was a flimsy excuse at best and probably not very believable when the higher brain functions are engaged properly. But considering how half asleep everyone still looked, they probably would have believed her if she had told them the sky was pink. Overall, the tryout had went pretty well in Harry's opinion. This had been the first time he had seen Rose fly, and he had to admit he was impressed. Wood, his former captain, was according to many the best keeper Hogwarts had produced in years, and while Rose wasn't quite up to that level, she wasn't far off either. His own flying went well too. Despite not being a seeker for years, it came back as easily as flying in his first year had been. In fact, due to his far more sharper reflexes, flying went even better than in the year his team became champion. The results wouldn't be posted until next week, but Harry had high hopes that he would make the team and was almost certain Rose would regain her starter position. During a lull in the conversation, Harry's eyes drifted through the hall and for a moment and then rested on a particular raven-haired girl. Daphne Greengrass, the older sister of the counterpart of one of his former teammates. He hadn't had much interaction with her in either universe. That was until she suddenly confronted him this afternoon after Transfiguration. Potter, a word. Harry turned around and looked at who had addressed him. Long hair as dark as his own and icy blue cold eyes that could frighten crying babies into silences. Yes, Harry easily identified who stood before him, the by her peers dubbed Ice Queen of Slytherin, Daphne Greengrass. A girl who wore such a perfect facade that even without doing anything her reputation caused her to be feared even within her own house. "Ms. Greengrass," he said as he gave her a nod in greeting. "Is there something I can help you with?" "Yes," she replied, her tone as cold as her eyes. "I heard from my sister that you with 2 others are working on a runes project." "That is correct," Astoria mentioned she was going to show our work to you for evaluation. Daphne arched an eyebrow and said, "You mean your work?" Harry shrugged. "Minor detail," he said before adding, "Was there something wrong with it?" "It was adequate, but lacking," Daphne said. "However, just because you can create adequate work, I will not allow my sister to slack off. She has informed me that you will start writing your rapport as a group after your runes lesson. I will be there. I assume that won't be a problem." Merlin. This girl must have taken acting lessons or something. He had stared down Snakeface himself, and even he was feeling a drop of sweat drip down his face as the girl stared him down. Luckily he didn't allow himself to show any more weakness as he mustered the most natural smile he could manage and said, "Of course, we could always use the expertise of a NEWT level student." The girl nodded in satisfaction and stepped past Harry. Just when Harry was about to release the breath, he hadn't realized he was holding Daphne turned her head so she was looking him straight in the eyes, and if possible her eyes seemed to be even colder as she said the following words. "You claim you are different than my former year mates. I am willing to give you the benefit of the doubt, but if I ever even hear a whisper of you treating my sister badly because of her house, I crush you. Am I clear?" "Yep, old Snakeface has nothing on her," Harry thought as he suppressed the slight shudder. Harry's thoughts were brought back to the present as his ears picked up the sound of the doors of the great hall slamming open, and he had to fight hard to suppress the grin that wanted to form on his face as he thought, "Showtime." Two bludgers sped through the open doors at a speed that far surpassed their normal speed, and both were heading straight toward the head table, more specifically toward the resident potions master. Luckily for the man, he had pretty sharp reflexes, and the moment he saw the approaching danger he had jumped up, pulled his wand and fired a blasting curse at one of the balls. The bludger exploded, but unfortunately for Snape the second ball, due to his speed, was already too close for another spell. Fortunately for the man, another with superior reflexes was sitting close by, and just moments before the ball would impact Snape's stomach, the ball exploded due to a spell cast by Dumbledore. To say Snape looked pissed was a slight understatement. In all the years Harry had seen the man, this was one of the few times he had seen him lose control like this. Unfortunately for the man, the show wasn't over yet, and moments later the entire hall's attention was drawn when suddenly the disillusionment charm that was hiding a large banner hung behind the teacher's table stopped working. The teachers didn't miss the sudden shift of attention of their students, and they turned around to look at what the students were looking at. It took only moments for the entire hall to read the message that was written with a large front on the banner. "What comes around goes around, Snape. I recommend you curb your behavior and try to emulate a normal human being, but that is probably asking too much from such a pathetic excuse of a human being. Oh, and I recommend you turn around." Snape swirled around and looked confused for a moment, then that confusion turned to horror moments later when suddenly, just a slight distance away from him, the disillusionment charm on a third bludger faded away. "Thank you, Toby, that was awesome," Harry thought as he heard the satisfying crack of bones breaking and the muffled scream of pain. Today was for many just another school day. If one was to ask one of the students what day it was, they would answer things like Thursday, September the 19th, or the day that was still too far away from the weekend. Some may even say things like that today was the 34th birthday of the lead singer of the Weird Sister, and even fewer may remember that on this day almost 50 years ago the anti-hangover potion was created. So to many people this was just another day, and most just went on with their days like normal, but as usual there are always exceptions. One of those exceptions was not Alexandra Black. No, her day was pretty much the same as the last 2 Thursdays she had spent here at Hogwarts. She got up early. By now she was getting somewhat used to it, but it definitely still classified as early, dressed and headed down to meet up with Harry. Harry, he seemed a bit subdued this morning. Normally he would quiz her about her knowledge, but this morning he had been quiet and had looked like his mind was somewhere else. Her lessons for the day seemed to be pretty much the same too. Potions that morning had been unpleasant, but then again potions had never been pleasant for the daughter of Sirius Black. This lesson, however, things had been even more unpleasant. Ever since that incident in the Great Hall, Snape had been on a warpath to capture who did it, and as time passed and no one was captured, his mood seemed to turn fouler and fouler. After that she had shared a herbology class with the Puffs. It had been a nice class. Little theory and more than enough time to talk with Rose about the upcoming Quidditch season. Both of them had secured their starting position and were looking forward to the new season. After lunch she had her last lesson of the day, Transfiguration class, shared with her friend Astoria and her housemates. Speaking of the girl, for some reason her older sister had decided to join them as they did their runes assignment, and damn, how could a girl who looked like an older Astoria look so damn intimidating? The girl was a tad strange if she had to be honest. She didn't speak much, and when she did she usually did it in that tone that sent shivers down her back. Still, she did have some useful information to add on occasion, so she wouldn't complain. Although she would admit she thought some of the questions she had directed towards Harry were a bit strange. Currently she was on her way to what she had been told was called the Room of Requirements. She had been recently shown the room by Harry, who said that while in the morning they would run, in the evenings he was going to teach her how to last more than 10 seconds in a duel. She probably would have been more offended by that remark if not for 2 points. Firstly, that was more or less how long she had lasted the last time she went up against him, and secondly, he had said that the moment he had shown her the room and her mind was a little preoccupied by what she had been told about how the room worked. The lessons themselves were, well, let's just say she could now last longer than 10 seconds. Provided that Harry used his offhand for casting and did all his spell work verbally. She understood that she wouldn't suddenly become an accomplished duelist in a matter of days, but the damn, those sessions had been slightly frustrating. Especially considering that patience was not exactly her strongest point. Before she knew it, she had reached the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. She glanced at the blank wall opposite of the tapestry for a moment and shook her head while thinking. Only here at Hogwarts we have secret rooms hidden behind blank walls. What's next? A secret passageway hidden away in the showers. She looked around to see if anyone was around. Once she concluded that she was alone, she walked 3 times past the wall while requesting the training room. Once the door opened, she quickly entered, and as soon as she entered the room, the door on both sides disappeared. This, however, was not something Alex had noticed, as for one, this was normal, and second, and more importantly, the room did not look like she had expected. Normally it was just a large room that was big enough to maneuver, but had nothing else in it. Now the room looked like a war zone. Some kind of weird smoke hung in the air, and the floor was littered with stone debris. What the hell happened here? Alex muttered as she scanned the room for any sign of life. It took her a bit longer than it should due to the smoke, but then she spotted a humanoid figure sitting against one of the wall, with next to who she assumed was Harry stood what could only be a house elf. As she walked closer, her nose wrinkled as the smell of alcohol penetrated her nostrils. As she looked at the cause of the smell, she couldn't help surpass the wince that appeared on her face. There, sitting against the wall, was indeed her somewhat friend Harry Potter, and to put it mildly, he looked like hell. He was dressed in what he usually wore when he was teaching. A similar outfit as what he wore during their morning runs, but that was not what made her wince. It was the numerous small cuts that covered his arms and face. Considering all the debris that was lying around, she had a pretty idea how he got those. Worse yet was his eye, bloodshot and slightly glazed. The bottle of fire whiskey in his hand didn't miss her notice either, nor the empty one laying on ground. While she must have stepped directly in his line of sight, he either didn't notice her or was ignoring her. This was the first time she saw him so off guard. If she wanted, she could probably take her revenge for all her losses right now without any problems, but she also knew that a victory like that would be extremely hollow. She glanced to the side and saw that she had identified the small figure from earlier correctly as a house elf. The elf seemed to have taken some kind of defensive stance and was staring at her suspiciously. He is protecting him, she realized. She then spotted the hydra on the uniform of the elf and realized who it was. That's Harry's personal elf, Toby, she thought. No wonder he is so protective. Harry, she cautiously called out. Are you okay? The caution in her tone was, in her opinion, not unfounded. A bottle of fire whiskey may be in one of his hands, but in the other he had clenched his wand, and she had no idea how an intoxicated Harry would react. Harry's eyes seemed to focus somewhat, and his visage turned to a frown for a small moment, and then it was gone and his usual mask of neutrality had replaced it. He then raised his bottle in a sign of greeting and said, "Hey," before putting the bottle back to his mouth and taking another gulp. Alex's eye twitched as she stared down at the young man that had seemingly went back to ignoring her again. She pulled her wand from her wand holster on her arm with significantly more speed than at the start of the summer and pointed it at the seemingly intoxicated person in front of her before exclaiming, "Aguamenti." It took her only a couple of seconds to realize that her rash course of action might not have been her brightest idea. Moments after the water had left her wand, she had suddenly felt a strong pull at her ankle, and moments later she was hanging in the air upside down. Worse yet, a perfectly dry Harry was now staring at her with a somewhat amused smile at his face. Hovering in front of him, seemingly having caught all the water, was a large bucket. "Well done," Harry said somewhat mockingly. "Attack first and when your opponent is least expecting, at least you remembered that." "But," he said as he flicked his wand in the direction of the bucket, causing the bucket to launch its contents back at its sender. "Drawing your wand so slowly and doing the spell verbally. And what the hell was up with that spell choice?" Alexandra flushed. She wasn't sure what was worse, being outmaneuvered like this again and scolded like a little child, the way her t-shirt hung to her body due to the water, or the fact that the blood was really starting to get to her head. Luckily for her, before the last problem could become a pressing issue, her body made another half turn and suddenly her feet touched the ground again. Knowing who was responsible for putting her down safely, she quietly muttered, "Sorry," as soon as she felt solid ground. "It looked like you needed a wake-up call." She barely managed to suppress the wince that had wanted to appear at hearing her own bad excuse. Harry merely snorted, but didn't comment on the issue further. Instead, he once again put his bottle to his mouth before saying, "You can go now, there are no dueling lessons today." Alex frowned at hearing that. She may not know Harry for that long, but obviously something was wrong with him. There was no way the normally always composed Harry would act that way without reason. Should she ask what was wrong? Wouldn't that be too noisy? Had that ever stopped her? No, not really, but usually she was only noisy with friends and family. Then again, despite the moments he annoyed her, she did consider him somewhat of a friend, but on the other hand she hadn't the faintest idea what was troubling him, and to be honest, after hearing about all the things he went through, she wasn't so sure if she even wanted to know. She thought in silence for a split second and then glanced at Harry again, and at seeing the state he was in she made up her mind. Under the watching eyes of the elf she positioned herself in a sitting position next to Harry and waited. After 5 minutes of silence, Alex started to fidget and Harry barely spared her a glance as he spoke. "If you wanted free alcohol you just had to ask." Alex blinked. "Huh." Harry tilted his head to her side and hefted his still half-full bottle up and said, That is why you stayed, right?" Alex nearly huffed in indignation at that accusation, but managed to refrain herself. "I am not here for your alcohol, besides I am underage." Harry merely shrugged. "So am I, or at least I am in the Muggle world," he said before asking, "So, then why are you here then?" "You look like shit," Alex stated bluntly. "What kind of FR person would I be if I left you in such a state? Look, even your elf seemed to be worried about you." Harry's gaze moved away from her and turned to look at his elf before snorting in again. Silence reigned again for several minutes as Harry just stared in front of him. When the silence was broken, Harry asked a question Alex had to admit she did not see coming. "Do you believe in karma?" Alex blinked in surprise at hearing that question. Did she believe in karma? What kind of random question was that? Well, at least the silence was broken, and maybe this had to do with what was bothering him. "I never really thought about it," she answered truthfully before adding, "Why?" Harry smiled ruefully as he answered, "Today my friend Hermione would have turned 18. She was a good person, a bit bossy, but always ready to defend those who couldn't defend themselves. I have no doubt she would have scored an outstanding on all her NEWTs and would have made a difference in the world after her graduation." At this point he felt silent and the smile disappeared completely. Then, after several moments of silence where Alex wasn't sure if she should speak up or not, Harry continued. "But she didn't. She didn't go and score 9 outstanding NE, she didn't go and reform the ministry. No, instead she had to bury one of her best friends shortly after she nearly died herself. She had to flee out of the school and was forcibly enlisted in the militia. Shortly after that she learned that her parents had been killed while she had been detained. Then shortly after that her streak of misery ended when she and the rest of her newly formed team encounter a group of Death Eaters. Harry's voice lowered as he continued. She deserved better than that. All of them did. Yet here in this world no one know about their sacrifices. Here to those who even remember Hermione was just a noisy bookworm muggle born who left in her first year. Single quote. Alex remained silent as she listened. To be honest, she wasn't sure what she could add to this. The issue was definitely on a completely different scale than the average problems of a teenager. Then suddenly an idea popped in her head. Why don't you make something so that anyone can see their sacrifices? Like that monument in the ministry that is for those who died during the Blood War. She got so wrapped up in her own idea that she had already pulled out her wand and started waving it around in semi-complicated motions while muttering words under her breath. After she was done, she had to admit she quite liked the result of her spell work. She had used the already available debris and transfigured it in a single stone cubic. The top she had colored black while the 4 other visible sides were now white. On top of each side was now the animal representing each of the houses of Hogwarts. Right below each animal a single line was engraved in a black and elegant script. In remembrance of those who lost their life fighting for the light, may they rest in peace. After nodding in satisfaction, she realized she might have gotten a bit caught up in the moment and glanced at Harry to see what his thoughts were. Said young man was alternating between giving her and the stone monument incredulous stares. Once he noticed she had turned to him, he asked with the same hints of incredulously in his voice as on his face. Do you seriously think anyone will give a fuck about people died in some different world? And here I thought you weren't that naive. Alex shook her head. There will be there who will care, and even if there might, and I repeat might not be many, but as you said they deserve to be remembered, right? Harry shook his head and a look of resignation appeared on his face before he muttered something that Alex didn't catch, and she had the distinct feeling it was better that she didn't anyway. He then pointed his wand at the monument and several beams of magic left his wand. Alex watched as Harry changed, having one animal at each side into all 4 slightly smaller on each side. He also added a miniature Hydra quite similar to the one the elf bore on his uniform. After that he added the weapon of the Ministry of Magic and the Auror Office. Lastly he slightly changed the line that had been originally under the respective house mascots. It now read, "In honor of those who lost their lives in the fight for freedom, may their souls find peace beyond the veil." Are you going to add any names? Alex questioned. Harry nodded, and with a wave his wand 2 names appeared on the monument. James Potter, the man who fought an unwinnable battle just to buy his family some time. Lily Potter, the woman who gave her life even after given the chance to live. I know that there are probably tons of monuments out there both here and back home that mentions them, but those 2 died so that I can live. It would feel wrong not to mention them at something I created. Alex nodded absent-mindedly as she stared at the 2 names. She did not particularly like Rose's parents, but the feelings she got now as she looked at the 2 names were hard to describe. Harry waved his wand again and 3 more names were added below the 2 Potters. Hermione Granger, the brightest witch of her generation. Ronald Weasley, the man with the emotional range of a teaspoon, but with a heart of gold. Hedwig, loyal companion and friend. Assuming that because they came immediately behind his parents and he already spoke highly of the Hermione girl, she assumed the 3 must be important to him. She briefly wondered who or what Hedwig was and had to repress both a snort of amusement and disbelief at the description of the male Weasley. Close friends of yours? She asked tentatively. Harry continued to stare at the name for several more moments before he nodded. Ah, Hermione, Ron and we were close friends for the most part. The most part, Harry shrugged. Our personalities were far from perfect and on more than one occasion we clashed. Ron especially had some trouble watching what he said and that usually caused problems. Yet you were friends with him? Alex questioned, not seeing how anyone could be friends with Ronald Weasley regardless the universe. You could say that my friendship with him is complicated. Alex nodded, sensing that the topic was closed for now. And Hedwig? A wry smile appeared on Harry's face at the mention of his very first friend. She was my owl, incredibly smart bird even by post-owl standards. Upon hearing this, Alex was tempted to question what happened to the bird, but considering that he was on a monument to remember the death she had the tact not to. Instead she remained silent and allowed Harry, who had seemingly sunken in thoughts, his moment of peace. Then with another wave of his wand more names appeared. Dean Thomas. The one who was weak, yet so incredibly strong. Kevin Baker. Never forgotten. Sue Lee. The girl who slayed a giant with a knife. Melinda Strange. The one who was afraid yet didn't hesitate. Morag McDougal. The girl who lived without regrets. Jamie Potter. The boy who didn't get to live. Harry muttered so quietly that Alex, although she was sitting right next to him, could barely hear him. As Alex read the names, she easily identified the first name as a 7th-year Gryffindor. She also recognized the name of her Hufflepuff year mate easily enough. Once she reached the third name, she had to read the additional text several times to make sure she wasn't misreading anything. How could anyone, let alone a girl she knew for a fact was smaller than her, win against a giant with a knife? She decided she probably didn't want to know for now and focused on the next name. That one she had a bit more difficulty with, but then she remembered her 2nd year and how she had heard that name during the sorting. That would make the girl a 4th year and probably not a Claw. The next name, on the other hand, she could easily identify as Morag McDougal, was another one of her housemates. The next name, however, caused her mind to go to a screeching stop, causing her to almost not hear the already quietly spoken words that had followed the engraftment. Potter. As in the same family as the boy next to her. As Rose. Off all the names thus far, this one definitely caused her wanting to ask questions, but one glance at Harry was enough to cause several red flags to go up in her mind that told her this was definitely not a topic to talk about. After a brief mental battle between her curiosity and her common sense, she made a compromise and decided not to ask about it directly. Instead she asked, "You were close to them." In response he brought the bottle back to his mouth. This, along with the look in his eye, made Alex realize this was definitely red flag territory. At seeing the look, she put a hand on his shoulder, causing him to turn to her and asked, genuinely concerned, "Are you okay?" Harry gave in Alex's eyes a clearly fake smile as he answered with his near-patented, "I am fine." The black girl clearly did not believe him, but she decided to let the matter rest for now. Since entering the ROR, she had learned more personal information about the young man next to her than in the time between now and her first meeting with him. There was no need to say something that would make him clamp up now. After more moments of silence, just when she was about to remove her hand, Harry spoke up again. "Those 6 were some of the people I had sworn to protect, but couldn't." A somewhat awkward silence followed that statement. As blunt as Alex could be, she knew that blurting out the first thing she wanted to say was probably not the greatest idea, but in all honesty, what can you say at hearing something like that? In the end she decided not to say anything. Instead she gave his shoulder an encouraging squish and gave him a look that he hopefully would understand, as that if he wanted to talk she would listen, but she wouldn't pressure him on this. Either Harry didn't understand or he didn't want to talk about it, because with another wave of his hand several more names had been added and Alex let go of Harry as she refocused on the monument. The first name she read, however, caused a near similar reaction to the one she had once she read the last one of the previous group of names. Sirius Black. He lived as he died, a Gryffindor to the end. Dobby. The free elf. Fred and George Weasley. Together even in the end. Ted Tonks. He who fought for his beliefs. Andromeda Tonks. The woman who went against her family for the people she loved. N. Tonks, she who shall not be named, loving mother and friend. Teddy Tonks. Robbed away too early. Fleur Delacour. Teacher, friend and defender. Alex continued to stare at the name of her father. She understood that the Sirius Harry knew was not her father. Hell, she already knew the Sirius in his universe was dead, but to actually see it on a monument like that. Then she felt a hand on her shoulder, and after she had forcibly removed her eyes from the sight of father's name, she turned to Harry to see he had a somewhat apologetic look on his face. "I am sorry, I can understand you might be slightly unnerved seeing some of those names." Alex blinked. Some. She hadn't gone past the first name. What other names had he added? She turned back to the names on the stone. Doing her best to ignore her father's name, she started scanning the other names. A elf. Weird, but obvious, not connected to her. The twins, the former top pranksters, bullies of Gryffindor and rivals for the Quidditch Cup, but other than that also no connection. The next 4 names however she did recognize. Well, the last name at least. The members of the Tonks family were cousins of her from her father's side. The Tonks family had always been relatively close and were regular guests at Black Manor. She had always gotten along pretty well with that branch of her family, especially so with Tonks, she who shall not be named indeed, so while this didn't feel as much as seeing her father's, it was still unpleasant to see the names. Then her attention turned back to the last Tonks name. She was relatively sure that she never had heard of a Tonks with the name of Teddy. Then she looked again at both the additional lines of Tonks and Teddy and she came to a startling conclusions. Holy hell, Tonks was most likely the mother of Teddy. Now don't get her wrong, she was sure her cousin would be a great mother one day, but Tonks always seemed to be a bit immature to think an alternative version of her was a mother. I wonder who the father is, she mused. As far as she knew, Tonks wasn't seeing anyone right now, so this was definitely an interesting development. Then again, Tonks was a Auror and the child carried the Tonks name, so maybe it was better not to ask. Time passed as more and more names were added to the monument. Sometimes Alex and Harry would exchange some words about the ones who had been put on, but most of it was spent in relatively silence. As Alex saw more and more names being added, she made a silent vow to get as strong as possible so that she could prevent as many deaths as possible here. Hello, Harry Potter. Tilting his head in the direction of the voice who had addressed him, the 17-year-old scanned the person who had spoken for a potential threat. He was immediately put on guard by the fact that the person was hiding, going by the rather feminine voice, her face under a hood. He also had the feeling that he had heard that voice somewhere before, but he couldn't immediately place it. Any thoughts regarding whether he knew the person that was standing a short distance away from him or not left his mind the moment the person spoke up again. Or do you prefer Lord Riddle? Harry's mind blanked. How this person knew something he had wanted to keep secret at all cost, for now he did not know. Nor did he care. At the moment his mind only told him a threat to him was standing in front of him and his body reacted. Seconds after Harry's mind had identified a threat, his holly wand was in his hand and a red-colored spell left it an even shorted time after that. Harry didn't stop there however, he immediately fired the same spell twice more, each aimed at the only humanly reasonable dodging spots. Harry watched in slight horror as the female did not pull a wand and cast a shield. Nor did she dodge the way he had anticipated. She did dodge, but the speed and grace she did maneuver shouldn't have been humanly possible. In fact, he only knew one human-like race that could move like that. Fuck, a freaking vampire was standing way too close by. Almost on instinct Harry started backpedaling away, but it was futile as the distance between him and the vampire was way too close to begin with. Before he could fire of another spell, the immortal had bridged the distance between the two and managed to grab hold of Harry's wand arm and pull it up. Now that wasn't very nice, was it? The vampire mocked. Harry barely registered the words as his thoughts were focused on something else. His foe was either arrogant or incompetent, as it made the apparent mistake that he was defenseless now that he couldn't use his wand. She should have finished him off while she still could and not start gloating. Now she had given him enough time to unleash something he had managed to master since starting self-training in the Room of Requirements. The moment his right hand went up, Harry focused on the flow of magic inside of him and channeled it to his left hand. He focused and molded it. For that brief moment his entire mind was dedicated to the task. Then a blue flame sprang forth from his hand. Harry slightly cringed at seeing the flame. The flame was attuned to his magic and wouldn't hurt him, but the same couldn't be said for when he had been training to master it. He had been burnt more than enough times by those very flames that the mere sight of it caused a flinch. This however did not slow him down, and the moment the flame was there he moved his hand to where it would cause the most damage. With other words, he threw a left-handed punch in the direction of the hooded vampire. But just before he could make contact, something happened that seemed like an act of fate herself. A sudden strong gust of wind blew the hood of the vampire off. Seemingly in slow motion, Harry's hand continued moving as his mind filled away the physical characteristics of the now revealed vampire. A girl seemingly his own age. His hand moved slightly closer. Platinum, borderline white hair. His hand almost made contact. That damn infernal smile. It was at this moment he realized who he was facing, and for a moment his concentration faltered and with it the wandless spell. As the flame in his hand died out and he merely slapped the girl instead of burning her head, Harry's mouth moved seemingly on his own accord as he muttered, "See Clara." Totally unaffected by the smack to the head, the aforementioned girl grabbed the wrist of the arm she hadn't been holding yet and forcibly pulled it down. She then pulled his wand arm down and gave his wrist a strong squeeze, forcing him to drop his wand in pain. Clara then leaned forward and whispered in his ear, "That wasn't very nice either. Activate." As Harry felt the distinct tug that was associated with his least favorite mode of magical transportation. He was cursing himself for screwing up like that, and a small part of his mind was wondering why he hadn't seen something like this coming, considering it was Halloween. 10 minutes earlier, dressed warmly in his winter clothes, Harry Potter slowly walked through the village of Hogsmeade. Today was October the 31st. The day known as Halloween to many, but to Harry this date held so much more significance. It was on this date that his parents had given their lives so that he may live, the date he became friends with his most loyal friend, the date the Chamber of Secrets had been opened, the date his name came out that thrice damned goblet, and the date that the massacre happened. To be honest, Harry wasn't entirely sure why he was here. It may be a Hogsmeade day, but considering that he was free to leave the castle whenever he pleased, he could visit the village anytime. So why had he followed his schoolmates out to the village? If Harry had to guess, then he would say it was nice to see all those students mingle around without a care in the world. It brought a sense of normality to him that he had sorely lacked those last month and a half. Harry sighed as he made his way to the outskirts of the village, following the same route he had taken back in his 4th year. While it was somewhat relaxing to see something as normal as students on a typical Hogsmeade day, he still wasn't very comfortable in crowds, and as such he had moved away from the busiest area. As his body turned to autopilot, Harry allowed his mind to wander. Time had really flown by since that moment in the room of requirement with Alex on Hermione's birthday. He hadn't been drunk that day, but he had definitely consumed enough to loosen his lips. Harry had mixed feelings about that day. As a rule, he didn't open easily, and especially not to people he only knew for a couple of weeks, but he could not deny it felt nice to talk a bit about it, and while he still thinks no one in this universe will give a fuck about some monument for the fallen from another world, seeing it in the ROR definitely served as a motivator during his training sessions. The time between that day and today he had been busy, incredibly busy. Not wanting to lose his chances at obtaining his NE, he had diligently attended all his required lessons and done all his homework. He also continued to have weekly additional lessons with Professor Babbling to better understand the runes used in the ritual. He was making some progress in that aspect, but the road to understanding was still very long. Speaking of runes, he, Rose, Alex and Astoria had received AO for their first project, and now they were working together again. The second project was significant harder than the first, and the array was definitely not one he could draw from memory nor in 5 minutes like the last. Astoria's sister also continued joining them in the library whenever they worked on the project. She was an interesting girl, he had to admit. After his first meeting he more or less got used to her, and she didn't unnerve him as much as before. In all honesty, he wasn't even that sure why he had been that unnerved back then. He guessed looking back it was because the girl had resembled the Astoria he remembered, as she just had joined the team. A visage no normal student should wear. He wasn't sure what had happened to cause her to look like that, but in the end he decided it wasn't that important for now and let the matter rest. It didn't take him long to figure out exactly why she was here. She was fishing for information. She was subtle, Harry had to admit. Never once asking directly about something, but often spending several minutes steering a conversation in a certain direction so that if she asked something it seemed rather innocent. It was a lot more subtler than most of the others who had questioned him, that was for sure. It was also highly amusing for Harry to see the interaction between the two Greengrass sisters. To say that Daphne was overprotective of Astoria would be a slight understatement. It was funny how Daphne had that whole "you don't want to mess with me" attitude, but once it came to her sister her whole attitude completely changed. It never once came to his mind that the fact that a part of his mind observed this interaction and filled a possible weakness of appear away was not something a normal person his age would do. Of course there had been training, lots and lots of training. His wandless skills had improved slightly. Not drastically enough that it would make a difference in battle, but at the least he was making progress again. Teaching Alex had also been productive. She seemed to have found herself a drive to improve, and the progress she has made since then had been pretty impressive. She probably wasn't ready to duel a Death Eater one-on-one, and she was most certainly not yet ready to face him, but there was definitely progress. Then there had been his Quidditch training. It really was good to be back on a broom, although he could do without the bright yellow robes. The art of seeking came back pretty easy to him, and due his position being a pretty solo position, he didn't have to worry how to click with the team. This showed when they managed to crush the Slytherin team during the first match of the season with an overwhelming 310-40 win. That day he also had his first encounter with Draco. "I am going to tell my father, Malfoy." Surprisingly enough, he had kept his mouth shut the entire match, and now Harry thought about it. It was highly out of character for the Malfoy he knew that he hadn't confronted him by now. That was definitely something he needed to look into when he had the time. Unfortunately, time was not something he had. Besides all the things he did at Hogwarts, he had also started his most ambitious and time-consuming project to date. Surprisingly, it had been his uncle who had given him the idea for the project. Since coming to this universe, he had collected a pretty sum of money. His uncle, during one of many rants complaining about, well, pretty much anything that isn't himself or his family, complained about people who were hoarding money. He had been too young back then to understand half what his uncle had been saying, and at that time he had only been hoping his uncle wouldn't direct his anger at him, but something he had said had stuck with him. Money needs to keep moving or the economy will suffer. While not completely relevant to his situation, there was something that did apply. Sitting on his money while only using a small margin of it to supplies was extremely wasteful. The only problem was, what to do with it. He didn't trust the goblins, and even if he did, they probably would laugh him in the face before throwing him out if he requested interest. He knew Muggle banks did have interest, not much if his uncle were to believe, but his knowledge of the Muggle world was just too limited to risk it. He could move around in the Muggle world without making a fool of himself like many of his fellow Magicals, but when it came down to it, he had only a bit over a decade experience in the Muggle world, and as such he hadn't the faintest idea how to avoid suspicion when he transferred magical money to Muggle money. So if depositing it at a bank for interest, then what? He had mulled on that idea for a while, and it had come to him as he was thinking about another problem, the fact that they were so woefully outnumbered if conflict came. At first his thoughts had jumped to mercenaries. As far as he knew, there were no mercenaries in magical Britain, but he also knew that if you knew where to look and had the money, there would always be people who were willing to follow your orders. Unfortunately, there were several major problems with that idea. First and foremost, it was his money and he didn't get anything in return. The second issue was most defiantly loyalty. Most hired help would probably only remain loyal until they found someone better paying or they found some way to take all his money for themselves. Thirdly, they weren't really useful until there was actual open war. So while mercenaries were defiantly out, Harry wasn't ready to scrap that entire line of thought just yet. The fact of the matter was that they still needed additional people, and money was along. Practically everyone who understood the concept of money spoke. Then, after nearly a week of thought, it came to him. The magical world had the concept of security trolls, but there was no such thing as a human version. Why? He honestly wasn't sure. Trolls were dumb and easily beaten by wizards, so why did no one ever create a security company? As the days passed and the details were outlined in his head, Harry got more and more excited by the idea. If the idea worked, then he could recruit people without suspicion and hopefully make some profit with it. As his thoughts on the idea came more refined, he also knew just who to approach first. The answer to that question was actually pretty simple: the Muggleborn. They both had a reason to take up wands against Voldemort if the need arose, and they were the group of people he knew had the hardest time finding good-paying jobs within the magical worlds. Of course, some had time passed between the planning stage and the time the newly founded Hydra Enterprise had opened his doors, but surprisingly it wasn't as long as he had expected. This was mostly due to his first recruits. Due to finding out that a lot of the people he had known in his universe were more or less the same here, as long as his counterpart hadn't interacted too much with him. Harry had decided to hunt down some familiar faces and observe them from a distance with his invisibility cloak and with the help of his elf. Yes, he knew that was rather creepy, and he sure as hell made sure to avoid certain areas, but the fact remained screening was necessary as blind trust equals death. The first person he had approached was none other than the counterpart of his old teacher, John Bell. The man had been a newly retired Auror in his universe. Here, however, he had already been retired for 2 years, and just like his counterpart, this man was not one to sit still. So when he had approached him with an offer as an instructor for a newly founded company, the man had obviously been doubtful due to his age and probably his coming back from the death thing, but he at least was interested enough not to throw the door in his face. The ensuing conversation had been challenging for Harry. He hadn't wanted to tell too much until he could get a better read on the man, but unfortunately the ex-Auror had a pretty good sense when it came to telling if the entire truth was told. At first he had tried to sell his cover story, the fact that he had capital and wished to invest it in what he saw to be a hole in the market. The former Auror had muttered something that sounded something close to bullshit, before being swatted on the shoulder by a woman who he had been introduced as Mrs. Dora Bell. Having seen that the man clearly did not believe him, Harry decided to use another tactic and started telling half-truths. It was already a common fact that he was from another universe, and the fact he fought in another, Goblin Rebellion, probably had also already spread. So he just went with his, "I am setting this up because I fear that another rebellion will happen here and I don't think the ministry can handle it." From his lessons with the man's counterpart, Harry had learned the man hadn't had the greatest opinion of his former employee, and it seems this version didn't either, as he gave a brief smile at hearing that and had replied with, "Okay, I am pretty sure you are still holding something back, but I can't deny I am not interested. What exactly are you planning?" The resulting talk did not only got Harry his first 2 employees in the 2 Bells. He had also managed to get them to sign a binding magical contracts he was planning to have each of his employees sign. Basically, they couldn't give away any company's secrets. Among those was the identity of the true owner of Hydra Enterprise, and while still under contract they couldn't attack him unless in retaliation. For obvious reasons, it was also decided that John would be the public face of the company for now. Shortly after that, the company had been registered, and thanks to the Bell's connections they had managed to file the paperwork in such a way that it would take considerable time and effort to find out just who the owner was of the company. After that, screening and recruiting had intensified, and today the company counted 18 employees. 15 of those were pretty young, people who had only left Hogwarts for a couple of years. They were old enough that they had learned how the magical world worked, but they were young enough that teaching them should be easier. The fact that they were cheaper helped too, of course. John Bell was the primary combat teacher. Dora Bell had been a Medi-Auror before her retirement and often assisted her husband during his time teaching. He had also hired a third instructor. He hadn't been sure on that one as he had never met the person before, but she had come highly recommended by his primary combat teacher, and from what he had observed she was competent and she did sign the contract just like everyone else, so Harry guessed he shouldn't worry so much. Surprisingly, considering just how short they had been open, they had already found work. Not much, only a single client, but by dividing his people into 3 groups of 5 and sending them on 8-hour shifts he had managed to earn enough money to pay for his people. He wasn't making profit, nor would he see a return for the money already invested anytime soon, but at least the drain on his resources had stopped. By some strange twist of fate, it was actually his due to his Lord Riddle persona that the company had found work. Shortly after his visit to Knot Manor, he had visited the homes of 2 more minor Death Eaters. This time he had gone a step further, and after scavenging their homes for valuables he had burned them to the ground. Their of-age inhabitants were, after a lengthy interrogation, left behind in the houses. As an act of mercy he had stunned them before leaving. Leaving them behind in a full-body bind had crossed his mind. A couple of days after the near-simultaneous attacks on the 2 homes, John had been approached by a man Harry knew due to interrogation of his former colleagues to be a Death Eater. The man had been literally terrified of the demon who could walk any ward. Harry had not been amused when he heard he had received yet another ridicule's name. The man was completely convinced that he would be next, and as he couldn't trust his wards anymore and was now looking for more personal protection. Luckily for Harry, the man was both desperate and had money. Due to this he was willing to pay a fee many would probably consider outrageous. The only downside was that they had to sign a contract that stated they had to protect his property during the time he had hired them. A pretty clever move, Harry had to admit. After all, people are so easily bribed, and it was not like his company had a reputation. He knew his company needed to grow, as it was borderline suicide to go up against Voldemort and his followers with his numbers, but for something he just recently founded he thought it was going very well, and if the reports from Bell were to be believed, then the students were very eager to learn. Unbeknownst to Harry, while he was deep in thought, 2 people in that very same village were discussing him. Sitting in one of the private rooms were 2 individuals who each bore more than a passing resemblance to each other. The older one of the 2 didn't look too pleased as she listened to her daughter. "So even after all you learned from visiting his dreams, you are still no closer to him?" The younger of the 2 tried hard not to look away as she replied. "Despite how he portrays himself, he is not stupid, mother, and does not trust easily." The older woman snorted derisively. "Of course he wouldn't. If even half of what you told me is true, then he would be an idiot to trust blindly. But don't forget you have skills and knowledge at your disposal that he shouldn't know about. Use those. Don't waste what your heritage has gifted you." The girl looked uncomfortable at hearing this, and the woman looked even more irritated at seeing the weakness. "Listen," she nearly hissed. "That boy is going to be important. His sudden reappearance was without a doubt for a reason. No one, especially not that old fool, would even attempt to use a ritual to summon something in this day and age, and I raised you better than for you to have missed the signs. So win his trust and get close to him. Do you understand me?" The girl nodded, her eyes downcast. "Understood, mother." Somewhere else in the village, walking side by side, were a 5th-year Puff and her year-mate Claw. Those persons were Alexandra Black and Rosaline Potter. As they walked in a comfortable silence, Alex couldn't help but smile as she thought back at these last few weeks she had spent at Hogwarts. After taking that vow back in the room of requirements, she had really tried her best to improve as fast as possible. In her opinion, she had done pretty well. She still couldn't win against Harry, but at least she hadn't suffered any more humiliating losses since then. Speaking of the young man, he seemed to have opened up somewhat since that incident. Not as in actually talking about his past kind of opening up. No, she had the feeling he thought had said too much back in the ROR. It was more like he showed more emotions when they were together instead of that blank look usually wore. While she would have loved it to ask some questions, especially just who Jamie Potter was, she knew he probably would default back to his original behavior around her, and she really did not want that. As they turned a corner, Rose suddenly asked, "Hey, isn't that Harry?" The question brought the slightly younger girl out of her thoughts, and she looked to where her best friend was pointing. As Alex looked to where Rose was pointing, her smile disappeared and was replaced by the frown that now adorned her face. Standing there with his back to them was indeed Harry, but he was not alone. A girl was also there, and she was seemingly whispering something in Harry's ear. Then, seemingly as if sensing someone was watching her, the girl looked up and straight into her eyes. Then the girl smirked at her, and for a moment Alex felt the sudden urge to pull her wand and wipe that smile away, but that moment was lost the moment the girl said the word "activate," and both she and Harry disappeared. Laying with his hands clapped behind his head in his heavily warded bed was Harry Potter. The date was November the 11th, and it was nearing midnight. He should be sleeping now, especially considering just how few hours of sleep he usually got, but it just would not come. 11 days had passed since that Hogsmeade day. 11 days of barely getting any sleep. Both witches and wizards didn't need as much sleep as muggles. Their magic would always try to keep them in as healthy as possible state, and considering how powerful he was, he needed even less, but there are limits what magic can compensate for, and it was not like he had slept much every night since coming to Hogwarts. The reason for his lack of sleep had been up to today only a single, although complicated issue, but as typical, things got even more complicated today. The original issue that had bothered him was of course the result of his kidnapping by Clara Merlin. He knew he couldn't be completely on guard 24/7, but to allow a vampire so close to him. She could have easily ripped of his arm if she had wanted. Hell, he would be dead if the immortal had desired so. This was, however, not the issue that was bothering him. Sure, he had mentally reprimanded himself and vowed not to get caught like that again, but over the years he had so many close calls with death that he didn't allow the incident to preoccupy his mind longer than necessary. What had been occupying his mind, however, was the aftermath of the kidnapping. As he thought about the kidnapping, his mind flashed back to the event. The portkey trip from Hogsmeade to wherever they were now had only taken seconds, but in those seconds Harry had managed to use his occlumency training to completely suppress his emotions. He would deal with seeing the counterpart of his old teammate later. For now he needed to have his wits about if this was really a kidnapping. The moment they had arrived, Clara for some reasons let go of his hands. He didn't bother wasting time thinking why. Instead he sprang backwards and pulled his still-sheathed Elder Wand from his wrist holster. Then, in an attempt to buy himself some time to assess his surroundings, he made a slight swirl-like motion with his wand while thinking. Ignis Circuli. A perfect circle of flames rose up from the ground and surrounded Harry. Originally Harry had learned this spell in case he ever got surrounded by Inferi, but as a short-time defense against possible multiple vampires it should be good too. He was about to check his surroundings when suddenly a voice spoke up. "That is enough." The voice hadn't been loud, nor had Harry been able to detect any emotions in the tone, but there was something about it that just commanded obedience. Both Dumbledore and Voldemort had something similar. When they spoke, both friend and foe were silent. Harry's fight or flight instincts were screaming at him that he was a lot more screwed than he originally believed, and when he whirled around to the direction of source of the voice and spotted the speaker, there, sitting on some kind of throne guarded on both sides by two hooded figures, was an old and slightly frail-looking man. Harry knew better than to disregard his instincts, and you only had to look at Dumbledore to know that old-looking didn't mean weak. The man then stood up and Harry did a subconscious step back. Then for a moment Harry lost sight of him as the frail man seemingly moved with speeds Harry had never seen anyone else move before, and when Harry caught sight of him again he was standing right in front of his fire circle. Then to Harry's horror the man took a step forward. As the smell of burnt flesh penetrated his nose, Harry watched as he took another step, and another. Then the man exited the wall of fire, his face horribly disfigured due to the flames, yet strangely enough his robe was completely intact. Then, as if someone was applying some kind of advanced healing spell on the man, he started to rapidly regenerate. It was then that Harry realized what exactly was standing in front of him. "An ancient one," he muttered in apparent disbelief. Single quote, comma dot. Fuck. Harry doubted that anyone could blame him for his reaction. The magical world had basically identified three types of vampires. First there were the normal vampires. Immortal and vastly stronger, faster and more graceful than any human could ever hope to be. Of this type there were two subtypes. The normal vampire who before turning was a normal human, and the vampire who before had been a witch or wizard. The difference between the two was the fact that although magic practitioners after turning lose their ability to access their magic, they don't lose it entirely. It still protects them, and as such they won't immediately burn to a crisp when they walk around during the day. They are still weak to all forms of light, but despite that even in daylight they are still superior to humans. If it wasn't for the fact that they no longer could access their magic, they would be a truly unstoppable force. Then there are Dampiers, the so-called children of the vampires. Normally vampires can't get someone pregnant. However, they can turn pregnant woman. 9 out of the 10 times the child will almost immediately die the moment its mother is turned, but sometimes if the pregnancy is far enough along they are born. Those children would be half-breeds, mortals with all the gifts of the normal vampire and without any of the weakness except one, the bloodlust. Then there was the last group, the Ancient Ones. Dampiers were rare, but Ancient Ones were even rarer. So many legends and controversies existed about them that at first Harry hadn't believed they had really existed. That was until Clara had confirmed to him that they indeed existed, and one was in fact her coven leader. Unlike normal vampires who stopped aging the moment they are turned, Ancient Ones seemed to continue aging. Although there were many theories why that was, no one has been to prove why exactly. In fact, very few facts were known about Ancient Ones. The only thing all those legends seem to agree on is that yes, vampires were dark creatures and dangerous, but Ancient Ones were considered monsters even among them. The moment he realized just what he was facing, he scanned for a way out. Using his magical senses he sensed wards. Strong ones at that. This was not good. Not only would those wards prevent him from appariting out, There was also the fact that vampires couldn't utilize magic to create wards. So either they hired warders or they were allied with other witches and wizards, possibly the Death Eaters. As the information his magical senses provided him filtered in, his fake eye was scanning the room itself. No windows and only a single door, one that was way too far going by the speed that Ancient One displayed, the Clara counterpart. 7 more hooded persons, most likely all vampires, and finally that Ancient One standing with him in the middle of a circle of flames. For a brief moment he wondered what to do. Besides feeling some slight pain coming from his right wrist, he concluded he was in good fighting shape. The fire should, assuming they were all vampires, stop the others, so that left only the Ancient One to deal with. Unfortunately, only might not be the best term. And even if he beat him, then what would he do? He had no idea where he was or what kind of opposition there was outside of this room. No, attacking the Ancient One right now was folly. Clara could have killed him if she had wanted, or at least seriously maimed him. He was brought here for a reason. Time to find out. Backquote. So, Harry began, his tone as controlled as possible considering the situation. Who are you and why am I here? The man remained silent for a moment and stared intently at Harry, seemingly looking for something, and then after several seconds he seemed to have found it, as a look that could only be described as satisfaction crossed his red-colored eyes. So you know what I am, child. The man finally spoke. Yet you do not cower like many of your fellow mortals would. It is not ignorance, I can see the wariness in your eyes. So you must have some knowledge of what my kind is capable of. Yet you show no fear. How interesting. Harry noticed movement and saw that 4 of the hooded people in the room had left their position and had made their way over to the door on some unseen command. Great, now his only way out was blocked. You didn't answer my question. Harry nearly growled out. This place was seriously getting on his nerves. At least when facing off against Voldemort and his Death Eaters, Harry knew they wanted to kill him. Currently the suspense whether they were enemies or not was getting to him. No, I didn't, did I? My apologies for my rudeness. My name is Laurent Desmarais. Here he paused, seemingly looking if Harry recognized the name, but as it became clear it didn't ring any bells, he continued. As for why I had Clara escort you here, well, you could say we have mutual problem and I have a proposal on how to deal with it. At first Harry had to resist the strong urge to make a rude rebuttal regarding the so-called escorting. Then the rest of the words penetrated his mind and he blinked. While he did not say it directly, but did a vampire just ask for help? Then another thought struck him. There were, as far as he knew, only 2 people out there who could be classified to be strong enough for a vampire like the man in front of him to ask help, and currently only one of them was his enemy. This is about Voldemort, Harry concluded out loud. Yes, the man replied, and for the first time in the conversation Harry could hear the emotions in his voice. He did not sound happy at all. For one so young he has proven to be very powerful. I see, Harry thought as he listened to the vampire. But the question is, does this Desmarais wants to neutralize a future threat, or does he wants to escape servitude? Going by the anger in his voice, it's probably the latter. So what do you want with me? Harry questioned, trying to sound genuine. I am just a 17-year-old wizard. I haven't even finished my education yet. Do not take me for a fool, boy. I can see it in your eyes. You have seen combat, you have fought, you have killed, you are far from a normal 17-year-old boy. After all, you are so much more, aren't you? The boy who lived, Lord Riddle, the demon, the founder of Hydra Enterprise and a fighter in a goblin rebellion. Barely managing to suppress the "how" that wanted to come out of his mouth. Harry looked at the man in front of him with a new interest. As far as he knew, his tracks were covered pretty well. So how did he know about some of these things? What exactly is this proposal you spoke of? He finally decided to ask. An alliance, so to speak. The man replied, his tone cool again. I and the Covens are willing to aid you in your fight against the upstart. And in exchange, Harry questioned, knowing that it couldn't be that easy. We want a number of things, and we want you to do something as a sign of commitment. Harry frowned briefly at hearing about the later, but decided to ask about the former first. What exactly do you want, and how could I help in that? As I said, we want a number of things, but don't worry, most of those we will be able to care of ourselves during the chaos that no doubt will come with war. And the other things? One thing actually, the vampire replied. We want Azkaban, a fully filled Azkaban. And for that you need to beat Voldemort so that your status will be enough that you can convince your government that this is a good idea. And what do I have to do as a sign of commitment? I want you to kill 2 specific persons. One of them is to show us you are willing to do things for us. It is a person who has displeased us in the past. Her name is Dolores Umbridge. She is your Dada professor, so you should be able to kill her easily. And the other, that one will be more of a personal nature, as a sign that you are willing to put the needs of the cause before your own personal needs. I want you to kill Rosaline Potter. After the offer had been made, he had been given a portkey which had returned him back to the edge of Hogsmeade. As he landed, a single thought that would haunt for the next days was stuck in his head. Should he accept the offer? If he had been given this offer just moments after arriving in this universe, then he would have accepted no problem. After what are the deaths of 2 people who he didn't know compared to having the vampires as his ally? Unfortunately, the offer hadn't been given then, and now he did know Rose. Do not get attached, he had told himself when he had arrived, and it was at that moment he had been ordered to kill Rose that he realized he had failed. He still didn't see her as a sister or anything, but to actually kill her. His rather foul mood did not improve when he did not found his wand where he had dropped, nor would it respond to a summoning charm. Then, to top of that fabulous day, the moment he entered the castle, he was confronted by the caretaker, Flick. Apparently the headmaster wanted to speak with him. That ensuing conversation had managed to, although only briefly, put his mind of his previous confrontation. Harry took his indicated seat opposite of the headmaster, who was sitting on his own chair behind his desk. Standing against the wall behind Dumbledore with his patented sneer on his face was the local potion master, Severus Snape. Placed on the desk was an all too familiar wand. So that is where it went. As soon as he sat down, Dumbledore spoke up. Good afternoon, Mr. Potter. I hope you are doing fine. I am doing fine, Headmaster, thanks for asking, he said as he nodded his head in greeting. Then he turned his head to the other occupant of the room and said, and good afternoon to you too, Professor. By the way, how is your arm? For a moment Snape opened his mouth to retort, but then seemed to show restraint as he closed it again. Harry thought this was a shame. Nothing more relaxing than pissing people off when they couldn't retaliate. After focusing his attention back on the oldest in the room, Harry said, you wished to see me? Yes, I believe that is yours, Dumbledore said as he gestured towards the wand. Harry nodded, and with a slight gesture of his hand his wand flew in his hand. He then put his first wand safely back in his wrist holster. Thank you for safekeeping it, Harry said with a polite smile while thinking, how did he get my wand if I dropped it in Hogsmeade? There was a silence for a moment as Dumbledore was seemingly waiting for Harry to speak up first, but Harry was content to wait, so after several moments of silence Dumbledore spoke up again. I am sure you are curious about how I got to be in the possession of your wand. Harry shook his head, the same polite smile still on his face. Not really, although I am curious why I couldn't summon it. Unless a magical was holding it or it was charmed against summoning, I should have been able to summon, just like I did a couple of moments ago. Dumbledore gave one of his patented grandfatherly smiles as he spoke again. You are not curious, he asked, seemingly completely ignoring Harry's question. I admit I would have been curious if I had been in your situation. In fact, I am rather curious how this situation arose in the first place. You were seen leaving Hogsmeade with a girl and your wand was found at the place you left. So that was what he was leading up to, Harry thought before replying. You know what they say, Headmaster. Curiosity killed the cat. Ah yes, but satisfaction brought it back. Harry blinked and was slightly put off by the reply. After all he went through today, he really didn't feel like verbal sparring at the moment. So he decided to just go with the blunt approach without giving anything away. Headmaster, a piece of advice. For your sake mind, never ask where a 17-year-old wizard disappears to with a girl. Not only can you probably come up with the answer yourself, but it is really not something someone your age should be asking. After all, rumors have been started over less. Snape scowled and muttered something that Harry didn't catch, but considering who it was highly doubtful it was anything even remotely positive. "Why are you even here, Snape?" he asked. "Don't you need to go and bully a couple of 11-year-olds so that you may feel better about yourself and forgot what a pathetic excuse of a human being you are?" He mentally cringed as he finished speaking. Due to his current state of mind, he seriously needed to think a second longer than normal before he spoke up. Oh well, it was not like he never had wanted to say that. "Harry," Dumbledore admonished with a stern look while Snape, red in his normal pale face, exclaimed, "Potter, you shouldn't talk in such." Dumbledore began before Harry raised his hand in a gesture to stop him. "I believe we already had a discussion regarding that subject. Let's not waste our time with another one. The question remains, why is he here? He is neither my head of house or the deputy, and with his seemingly clear hatred to all things Potter, I don't see why you want him in the same room as me." Dumbledore sighed and seemed thoughtful for a moment before he gave a minuscule nod. "Severus, please leave," he said, much to the surprise of the two others in the room. "What?" Snape spat. "Just because this whining brat—" "Enough," Dumbledore interrupted. His voice hadn't been raised, but even in Snape in his anger-induced state could hear he probably shouldn't push any further on this matter. Snape looked indecisive for a moment, but then he seemingly decided what to do as he gave Harry a more foul look than normal and a curt nod to Dumbledore before storming out of the room. Dumbledore sighed again and rubbed the bridge of his nose for a moment before he faced Harry again. For that brief moment Dumbledore had truly looked his age. "What do you know about Lord Riddle?" Harry blinked and seriously hopped. His face hadn't shown anything at that abrupt change of subject. "Lord Riddle?" he asked. "You mean that guy who keeps attacking the upstanding members of our community? The Prophet has run several articles about them, so I know what they wrote about him. Why, do you know more? Is he one of your order members?" Dumbledore studied him intently for several seconds after his answer and then seemed to conclude something as a brief disappointed look crossed his face. "No, I am afraid I don't know anything more than you do. It is a shame too. It would be good to have another ally against the forces of darkness, even though his methods are a bit too extreme." There was a silence for several moments before Harry decided to break it. "Was there anything else, sir?" Dumbledore seemed to think about something for a moment before shaking his head in the negative. "No, Mr. Potter, you are free to go. Just be careful, you don't want to lose your wand again, do you?" That evening he hadn't joined his classmates celebrating in the Great Hall. Instead he had eaten his food with the elves in the kitchen. The day's events had left him more than a little paranoid of his surrounding, and it would take him at least several days before he could go back to not cursing anyone who approached him. Luckily it was already Thursday, so he had decided there and then he would just skip his Friday classes and leave Hogwarts for the weekend. He had spent the next 3 days at Hydra Enterprise HQ, a relatively well-warded building where John trained his employees. There he had spent most of his time either dueling against John in one-on-one sessions or going against the younger members of the company in one-against-several sessions. Some may call him crazy, but the constant dueling had relaxed him some. In a sense, dueling, like Quidditch, was incredibly simple. You either win or you lose. No need to think about long-term consequences, just emerge victorious. So when he arrived back at Hogwarts on Monday, he at least had calmed down enough that he would go around cursing anyone that did not deserve it. Unfortunately, returning to his normal schedule also caused the question he had temporarily managed to put to the back of his mind come back full force. The days leading up to today he had spent more or less on autopilot. He went through the motions as his thoughts on what to do were occupying his mind. Then just a couple of hours before the present moment he had heard some news that made his already turbulent thought only more complicated. As he laid on his bed, Harry let out a deep sigh and moved one of his hands from behind his head and moved it so that he could stare at one of rings adorning that hand. "I could really use you guys' advice right now," Harry muttered softly as he gazed at the resurrection stone. Shortly after arriving in this universe, Harry had learned the stone could not summon shades from his home universe anymore, or at least not as long as he was here. He would admit, at least to himself, that normally he rather keeps things to himself than to talk about it, but sometimes and with some people he would make exceptions, and this was one of those times he really would like someone to talk with. Harry sighed again and closed his eyes. When he opened them again he was no longer laying on his bed, but sitting in his armchair in his mindscape. Harry nearly winced as he gazed at his surroundings. Similar to what happened after arriving in this universe, his mind was a mess. Stacks of parchments were seemingly dumped around the room and a very thin layer of smoke were obscuring his bookcases. Harry frowned at seeing the smoke. He knew this was not due to his conflicting feelings. The smoke was a visible representation of his lack of sleep. He knew from experience if he wasn't going to get more sleep soon, then the smoke would grow thicker and he would have a considerable harder time concentrating and remembering things. He knew he couldn't go on like this, but by Merlin, why did things have to be so unnecessary complicated? Life in the militia had been so much simple. Keep his team alive and capture the enemies. Harry stared at the resurrection stone again for a moment before lowering his raised arm again. While he really could do with a real conversation right now, he could probably guess what some of the people he wanted to speak would say from past experiences. As he thought about it, fragments of past conversations crossed his mind. No matter what happened, never lose sight of yourself, Ari. Those words had been spoken to him in what felt like an eternity ago, but knowing her, she would repeat the exact same words again if she could. Power is the one thing that will never abandon you. If you have strength, you will survive. If people are weak and can't defend themselves, then they're useless. If you want to survive this war, then always prioritize your own survival. It was kind of ironic that the one who had said those words just shortly after joining his team had, in act of completely selfishness, given her own life to save the team. Would she still have said the same thing if she had survived that incident? Blood isn't necessarily family, nor does family needs to be blood. I was born a black. At some level one will always consider myself a black, but I don't see most of them as my family. You may be an orphan, Harry, but you do have a family, and remember, family always take care of each other. Harry sighed. This wasn't helping at all. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again a moment later he was back in the real world. As he moved to a sitting position on his bed, he spotted the package with a note attached at the far end of the bed. He had thrown it there earlier in a fit of frustration, and as he picked it up again and read over the note one last time, he thought, "Screw it," and verbally summoned his elf. Once the elf had entered the confines of the wards, Harry gave his order, and with another soft pop, the elf was gone again, having taken the package with him. Now alone again, Harry laid back down, and surprisingly, after only a couple of minutes, his breathing evened out and sleep finally claimed him. "Happy birthday, Rose," Alex said happily as she gave her best friend a hug. Today was November the 11th and Rose's 16th birthday. They were just outside of the Hufflepuff common room, and most people leaving the room offered congratulations to the redhead, while also several looked strangely at the slightly younger girl. Alex knew why they probably looked at her like that. Ever since Halloween she hadn't been in the greatest of moods, so it was probably weird for them to see her like this. Only thinking about what had caused that mood brought the scowl that had been more or less plastered on her face for these last couple of days back, and caused her mind to flash back to the events of the morning after Halloween. Alex barely managed to suppress the yawn that wanted to escape as she navigated her way through the various corridors of Hogwarts. It was the morning after Halloween, and she was making her way over toward where she would usually wait for Harry. She wondered if he would show up. She hadn't seen him since his disappearance the day before with that girl. She wondered what it was about her, but something just rubbed her the wrong way. The moment she had seen her, she had wanted to test out just how much she had improved as a duelist. She was brought out of her thoughts when she saw something approach her position at rapid pace. At first she thought it was a ghost due to the color, but she quickly realized she was wrong, and she warily drew her wand. Moments later, it stopped in front of her. Unlike the ghost she previously thought it was, this thing was not silver-colored. Instead it was bright white, and it looked like it was some kind of animal. It resembled a horse, but it didn't look like any horse she had ever seen. It had a skeleton-like body and wide wings that resembled bat wings. All in all, it looked rather disturbing. Then the horse opened his mouth, and the black girl nearly dropped her jaw when Harry's voice came out of it. "I am not at Hogwarts right now. I will probably not be back before Monday. Work on that shield spell I showed you." The moment the message was delivered, the horse disappeared into nothingness. Seconds passed as Alex absorbed the words. Then as she fully comprehended the words, an ugly feeling rose up within her as she thought about Harry seemingly spending the next couple of days with that girl while she was brushed off with, "Go practice your shield spell." She huffed and decided to just start her run there. Due to her current state of mind, she did not notice she was running much faster than she normally did, and as such after only 20 minutes she felt utterly exhausted. As she made her seemingly long way back to her common room, she muttered a few choice words that caused two people in completely different parts of the country to sneeze. One of the people who had sneezed had covered his mouth with his left hand while his right hand wielded the wand that was responsible for blasting one of his employees unconscious. With a sigh, Harry revived the four fallen and commanded, "Again." The other one had also managed to cover herself on time. Her leader was currently having another meeting with that fudge woman, and as such she was glad she had been able to cover herself on time. She knew the elder didn't like it when proper conduct wasn't upheld when guests were there. This was especially true when it came to his guards. As she stared at the two conversing, she didn't allow the distaste she felt for the former Zonaby show. There was something off about that woman. Yes, her intel had always been good, but Clara felt that she was hiding things. The rate of how she kept finding things out was a little too convenient. Clara suspected the woman held onto information so that she would remain useful for a longer time. How, for example, did she find out about that Potter boy starting a company, something as far as she knew none of the Coven's other contacts knew about, but didn't manage to find out about his Lord Riddle persona? Speaking of the boy, she wondered what he would choose to do. Actions speak louder than words, and his commitment test would probably show just what kind of person he was. Of course, there were only two real possible outcomes. The only thing the elder respected was power, and if Harry refused to kill the girl, then the elder would probably see him as a fool who could have the mighty vampires as his allies, but declined just so that he wouldn't have to kill a weak and useless mortal. And fools and useless people served only one purpose: they were food for the Coven. She hoped he wouldn't be foolish enough to refuse. These last 2 decades had been rather dull, and this boy had seemed rather interesting. It would be a shame if such an interesting mortal would have leave so soon. The only thing that bothered her about this test was that girl he had to kill. The Umbridge woman she could understand, and the whole, kill someone who he has an emotional attachment to see how far he is willing to go, was on some level also understandable, but on the other hand it could also drastically backfire. Meanwhile, back in the present, Alex walked beside Rose as they were walking in the direction of the Great Hall. Her thoughts were still centered on the previous topic. She thought about how Harry, after returning to Hogwarts, had changed. It wasn't anything major, but it seems he had closed himself up again. It was like she had moved back in time and she was dealing with the Harry she met on the first day again. No, that wasn't completely right either. He wasn't closed up the way he was then. It was more like he was distracted by something, or someone, she thought with a slight hint of bitterness. Whatever it was, it seems that while his body was there, his mind was often elsewhere. She was brought out of her thoughts when she saw two people who she was less than fond of, but tolerated if only for the sake of the girl next to her, approach. Rose had apparently also noticed them as she greeted them. "Mum, Dad, hi. Single quote. Good morning, sweetheart, and a happy birthday to you," Lily began, and then something changed in her tone that made several alarms ring in the back of the observing Alex's head as she said, "You father and I have some things with you to discuss." Single quote. Rose said as she glanced at Alex with brows raised in question. "Sure, what do you want to discuss?" Single quote. "It's something private," James interjected as he glanced at Alex. "Potter family business." If possible, Rose looked even more confused, but Alex, who had known the girl for a long time, was also able to spot hints of wariness. Had she some idea what her parent wanted? And if so, why did she have to be wary? "Okay, then when do you want to speak to me?" "The sooner the better, I think," James said. "We already cleared it out with Albus, so don't worry about missing any of your lessons." Okay then," Rose said with a somewhat questioning tone before turning to Alex. "See you at lunch." The Black shrugged, not sure what to make of the whole situation, but agreed regardless. After saying goodbye, Alex watched as the three Potters left together. As she observed, she couldn't suppress the feeling that this wouldn't end well. She decided to put those feelings aside for now. OWL classes were far from easy and she would need her full attention focused on them. Besides, she would see Rose during lunch. Several hours later found the black girl sitting at her house table absent-mindedly eating her lunch as her eyes roamed over the hall. She had already spotted Lily Potter sitting and eating at the head table, but she couldn't find the younger redhead. This couldn't be good. Rose wasn't sitting with her year mates at her table, and after going over the entire table carefully for several times she had to conclude she just wasn't there. The feeling of this morning that something was wrong came back. Guessing that the redhead might have joined her other non-house friend, Alex averted her gaze toward the Slytherin table in search of Astoria. When she spotted the youngest Greengrass girl, she saw no Rose, and Astoria was also seemingly searching for something or someone. Something was most definitely wrong. Considering that her own table was the one she had checked first, she knew she was not there, thus she directed herself towards the last table. As far as she knew, she had no reasons to be there, but that was the last one that remained. After several minutes of scanning the table, she had to conclude she was not there. Not there, and not in the Great Hall. Then where was she? If her mother was here, then the conversation with them was over, right? Glancing at the direction of the head table again, Alex noticed that the Muggle study professor wasn't wearing her normal warm smile and instead looked rather troubled. Something was definitely wrong in it, and she was not going to sit here while her best friend was who knows where. She was already out of the Great Hall before she realized her own words. Who knows where was indeed the question. Even assuming she was at Hogwarts, the castle wasn't exactly small, and that wasn't even considering the grounds. No complaining. Rose was her best friend growing up. If something was wrong with her, then she would find her and do what she could to help her. Even if she had to search the entire castle and miss all her lessons. 4 hours she had searched. 4 hours that felt like so much longer in her worry-induced mind. Then, when checking yet another abandoned classroom, she felt a great deal of relief when she finally laid eyes upon the girls she had been searching for. That relief quickly evaporated, however, and was replaced by both worry and anger. By Merlin, the girl looked like a mess. She was sitting on one of the many tables in the room and had her back against the wall. What was far more troubled, however, were the obvious signs of crying and the way she seemed to make herself as small as possible by gripping her legs. She had only seen Rose in such a state a couple of times before and knew her suspicions had been confirmed. Something very bad had happened, and while the concerned part of her mind steered her body in the direction of her friend, the anger-filled part of her mind made a silent promise. Whoever caused is going to suffer. Rose, she said cautiously and softly while trying to keep the anger out of her voice, as she knew that would do far more harm than good. Upon hearing her voice, Rose's head shot up, and even though it was physically impossible, she seemed to flinch back, and Alex, at seeing it, felt a spark of anger at whoever caused this. It took her several seconds, but Rose seemed to recognize her through her bloodshot eyes and relaxed her posture, although only slightly. Alex rapidly covered the distance between the door and the desk and slid on the desk next to the redhead and quickly pulled her in a sideway hug. "What happened?" she asked softly. Rose did not answer immediately, but the quiver in her voice when she did was hard to miss. "My parents have entered me in a marriage contract." Silence followed that statement. Alex's visage blanked as the words of the redhead registered in her mind. She was not unfamiliar with marriage contracts. She was a black. Most of the people in her family tree were married to each other due to a contract. From what she heard, the Potter family were no different, but that was in the past. James Potter hadn't had a contract, and with a Muggleborn as a mother, Alex would have never expected her best friend to be tied to one. As her mind came to terms with what she felt the anger that had been simmering at the back of her mind rise to dangerous levels. She wanted to hurt them. She wanted to hurt those who made Rose cry like this, those who entered her in such outdated and barbaric thing as a marriage contract. If she had been in a better state of mind, she would have noticed that her magic was responding to her strong emotions and was literally pushing anything around her and Rose away. It was the scraping sound of tables moving that made her realize what she was doing. She bit her lip hard in an effort to rein in her emotions. It was at times like this that she wished she was more accomplished in controlling her emotions with occlumency, but alas, she was not. The pain would not suppress her emotions, but it did allow her to focus better. As her rational mind was allowed to work, she realized that she needed to control herself for now, as the quivering mess that was her friend needed her right now, and she couldn't help her if she remained pissed off like this. So while doing her best to put all her angry thoughts to the back of her mind, she pulled Rose closer, and as she kept both her voice and face as devoid of negative emotions as she could, she asked, "Do you want to talk about it?" Several hours later, one very pissed of Alexandra Black was pacing in front of the entrance of the room of requirements. She had just left Rose in the company of her dorm mates in her dorm. She had managed to control herself while in the company of Rose, but she had realized that she needed to get away from it all for a moment and vent, otherwise she would portably take it out on the first person she would encounter. And while there were a lot of people at Hogwarts she would like to curse the living daylight out, she also knew that really wasn't the brightest idea. So here she was, one of the few places in Hogwarts where she could really cut loose. Hopefully it would clear her mind a bit, because she would no doubt need it with the mess Rose had found herself in. And what a mess it was. Rose had, in between her sobs, told her everything, and even though Alex could barely believe her own parents would force her to go through with it. Rose was apparently contracted to that Ronald Weasley. Ronald Weasley. What kind of potions had they been taken when they thought it was a good idea to contract that oath to their only daughter? Okay, to be fair, the contract was originally probably not written out with the two in mind. The marriage contract, as she understood, was written to cement the alliance between the Potter family and the Weasley family. Something which was not uncommon among pureblood families. As she understood, the contract only spoke of a Weasley and a Potter, and it was at the heads of houses to decide who to enter. Rose at least had been lucky enough that she has been told a year in advance. Apparently, in the words of her parents, it was time to get to know the fine young man. But to Alex, this was the time she and whoever they could find had to find some way to get Rose out of the contract. So far she unfortunately had only been able to come up with one possible solution, and unfortunately it wasn't a very good one either. The one solution she could come up with was if someone took Rose's place voluntary. That someone had to be, of course, an unmarried alive member of the Potter family. The only one who qualified for that role would be Harry. And considering certain standard clauses in marriage contracts, if Harry would take part in the contract, then the Weasley had to be female, and the only unmarried female Weasley was the youngest Weasley child. Definitely not a good solution at all. Especially considering the boy was of age, and unlike with Rose, he couldn't be forced in a contract by his head of house, so he had to do it voluntary, and that even in her current state of mind was something that she knew would never happen. Her thoughts were brought back to the present when she saw the door to the room of requirements appeared. As she entered the room, she noticed she was not alone, and she was surprised to see Harry already there in his dueling training clothes. Why was he here already? Was it already evening, and had she, due to the events of the day, lost track of time so much that she didn't even realize it? She mentally shook her head. It did not matter. She was here to unwind. If Harry was here, then that only meant she had someone to take her frustrations on out. As she strode over while drawing her wand, she noticed that Harry had quirked an eyebrow at her, seemingly as a silent question, but she gave no signs of acknowledgement. She merely continued walking and stopped several meters in front of him, gave a jerky nod, and with speed honed by countless hours of dueling, she aimed her wand and let the first spell of the night loose. As expected, he easily sidestepped the spell and immediately returned fire with what she recognized as a muscle-relaxing spell. She jumped to the side, and with a quick left-to-right motion with her wand she unleashed a considerable amount of water. Then with another motion of her arm the water was transfigured into ice spikes, and with a final jab she sent the spikes toward the other combatant. Harry jumped back and with a single flick of his wand erected a wall of flames in front of himself. Alex watched as the two magical constructs with extreme temperature difference collided, and almost immediately large amounts of steam started to obstruct her vision. She as silently as possibly took several steps to the side while she squinted her eyes in attempt to see through the steam, but so far she couldn't see anything. But Harry should be in the same boat, so firing spells randomly in the steam in the hope of hitting Harry would probably only lead to giving her position away. Then suddenly, as if mocking her previous thought, a blue spell emerged from the steam. Not expecting it, she was too late to respond, and the spell impacted. As she felt the spell impact, she felt like someone had shoved her hard, and unable to keep her balance, she started to fall backward. Acting quickly, she used her arms to protect the two most important things in the duel. She moved her right arm so that her wand couldn't be damaged, and with her left she protected her head as good as possible. As she lied on the ground and stared at the ceiling, a frown appeared on her face as she realized what she had been hit with. She had been hit with a freaking knockback hex. She had spent hours upon hours practicing, and yet she was down by a hex taught to first-year Hogwarts students. Normally she would have shrugged this off easily enough and just get back up to continue the session, but in her current state of mind, she jumped up and, seemingly forgetting all the lessons that had been stamped into her mind these last few weeks, she started to attack. No grace, no planning, just a constant stream of spells. Unfortunately for her, none of them hit, as Harry, in a flurry of movements and occasional shields, managed to avoid all spell fire. Then, while she was halfway through casting one of her more complicated spells, Harry jabbed his wand in her direction, and the same spell she had been hit with earlier was sent towards her. Knowing what the backslash of not finishing a spell was, she realized she couldn't shield, so she jumped to the side. The spell narrowly missed her, but she still managed to finish her wand movement mid-jump, and she conjured a large stone spear that was shot at her opponent with great speed. "Better," Harry commented as he used what she assumed was some kind of basting curse to stop the stone construct, followed up by a shield to shield himself from the debris. "You stopped moving again, but you recovered. Now what the hell is up with you that makes you fall back almost completely to how you jeweled when I first met you?" She did not reply at first as she fired another spell, but then, just as he was about to dodge, she spat, "Why do you care?" Harry raised a curious eyebrow at her rather venomous exclamation, but other than that his visage remained frustrating calm. "You were always acting all calm like. Do you even care about anything? About the people around you? About Rose? Do you even care that is currently probably crying because her own parents told her today, on her birthday, that she has been entered in a marriage contract?" During her rant she had kept up her spell fire, and with every sentence she vented she subconsciously added more and more magic to her spells. The last spell especially had received far more magic than necessary, causing it to move at speeds that were impossible to dodge, forcing Harry to shield, but even with the shield up, a small backslash of magic managed to move past the shield and inflicted a small bleeding cut on his face. Seeing that she actually had managed to wound Harry caused Alex to pause in her spell fire. To this day she had never managed to directly hit him with a spell, let alone draw blood. If she hadn't been so caught up in the moment, she would have seen Harry's control over his emotions falter for a moment when she mentioned the marriage contract. She would also have reacted faster when Harry returned fire with a considerable overpowered stunner. Due to this she was hit and was immediately knocked out, not even noticing that due to the power of the spell she was launched several meters away. When she regained conscious she had a pounding headache, but the trip into unconsciousness seemed to have helped her calm down somewhat. As she came back to her senses she noticed that she was lying on the stone floor again, but this time her back hurt considerably more. That was, however, not what was on the forefront of her mind. It was the fact that Harry was standing bowed over her, while her subconscious mind noted that the wound she had inflicted was gone. The biggest part of her mind was more wary of the unnatural serious expression on the young man's face. When he spoke, he only said a single word, but from his tone of voice she knew he was serious. "Explain." A couple of hours have passed since that incident, and the young black heiress was currently in the fifth-year girl dormitory of the Hufflepuff house. She was not alone, however. Considering the reason she was here, the still very much distraught Rose was obvious there, as were her 4 roommates. Astoria had walked in sometimes during the evening. The last group of girls in the room were an assortment of upper and lower year puffs. Currently they were all trying to cheer Rose up. The attempts were met with varying degrees of success. Astoria's latest attempt: "We could always wipe out the entire Weasley clan, then you don't have to get married to them," was at least met with a faint smile, which was defiantly progress from the state her best friend had been into when she first told her the news. As Alex leaned back against the wall she had been leaning, she had to bite back a groan of discomfort. The events of the day were really started to take a toll on her, as she felt exhausted both mentally and magically. That is not even to mention the lingering pain she felt from her 2 encounters with the ground. As she thought about that, her thoughts drifted back to her meeting with the Harry a couple of hours back. Looking back, she knew she shouldn't have lost control that badly, but at least she was relatively calm now. Admittedly, that might also be due to the fact she felt too exhausted to get angry, but her mind didn't care about technicalities right now. She wondered what Harry would do now that he knew. She had told him everything she knew for two reasons. Firstly, thanks to the Hogwarts rumor mill, the truth would have come out anyway, and secondly, the young man could pose a damn imposing figure if he wanted to. The sudden sound of a house elf appariting in brought her out of her thought as her eyes moved toward the source sound. Standing there, next to Rose's bed, was indeed a house elf. And not just any house elf. It was one she recognized. Toby, she thought. The elf in question handed a slightly confused-looking Rose the wrapped package it had been holding before popping away again. Alex's curiosity won out over her body's complaints as she forced her body to stand up. She was curious what Harry would send and if it was related to the current situation. Making her way over to where Rose was sitting, Alex leaned over so that she could read the note attached to the wrapped package. As she read it, something ignited in her that she had felt for hours: hope. Happy birthday, Harry. P.S. Don't worry, everything is going to be all right. It was November the 12th and midnight was only a few hours away. Standing in front of the stone monument in the room of requirements, seemingly lost in though, was Harry Potter. The way he was dressed was not something anyone other than himself had seen him in. He wore black boots that had runes engraved him, which by siphoning small amounts of magic from the wearer would allow the wearer to move silently. He also wore his recently acquired basilisk skin pants and a normal black t-shirt. Strapped on both his arms was a wrist holster. The one on his right contained the Elder Wand, while the one on the left contained the wand he had bought when he was 11. A third holster containing the second and only other wand in his possessions, containing a phoenix core, was strapped around his right leg and was hidden away by both a Notice Me Not charm and a Disillusionment charm. On his back he had two items. One was a bottomless pouch that contained various vials of potions, and next to it was a knife in a sheath. Even though he had never used it in combat, the knife had been something he had worn for the better part of his militia days. It was originally not his and had served more as reminder than an actual weapon, but now as he carried it again he couldn't deny it felt like it belonged there. The last item that finished his outfit was a jacket he was currently holding in his hand. It, like the pants, was made from basilisk skin, and it was just long enough that when worn it would cover both the pouch and the knife. As his free hand seemingly absent-mindedly traced over two names who were among the first he had carved in his mind, thought back on today's events. Events that had been rather memorable even by Hogwarts standards. Only a single day had passed since Rose's rather eventful birthday. That single day had been all that was needed for the infamous Hogwarts rumor mill to spread the news about the marriage contract around the castle. The resulting fallout off that fact getting out. To put it mildly, it hadn't been pretty. Hufflepuffs as an unspoken rule stick together. So when they learned one of their own was contracted to someone and she wasn't happy, they naturally weren't happy and did all they could do to support her. Unfortunately, there was not much that they could do for her as the contract was perfectly legal. This inability to help caused tension and frustration to rise within the normal rather docile Puffs. Then when during lunch one certain redhead acting in what was clearly not his brightest move moved over to the Hufflepuff table to claim what was supposedly his, mayhem broke out. No one among the student body knew actually who had fired the first spell which had been responsible for launching the male Weasley in the air, but everyone did agree that after that everything degraded at a rapid pace, and it wasn't long before most of the Hufflepuff table who stood in support of Rose was firing spells at the Lions, while they, always loving a good fight, just as easily fired on them. Then the Slytherins, never wasting an opportunity to curse their rival, also decided to enter the fray. It hadn't taken long for the teachers to stop the fight, but considering the sheer number of students that had pulled their wands, add to that the fact that even wizards and witches with only a few years of educations can have some pretty nasty spells in their repertoire, and the fact most of the students were sitting close to each other. Yet the end results hadn't been pretty at all. Madame Pomfrey had not been pleased when she had learned about the incident, nor that she was forced to make a temporarily first aid post in the Great Hall due to the number of students who were suffering something. No, she hadn't been pleased at all, and it showed in her behavior. That day the Hogwarts student body learned why some of the Hogwarts alumni referred to the local healer as the Sleeping Dragon, and why some of them are convinced that the school motto was changed into what it was now when the nurse joined the staff. Of course Pomfrey was not the only staff member that was less than pleased. After consulting a pensieve, a record number of point deductions and detentions were given out by the staff. So many points were deducted in fact that all 4 houses were in the negative. This actually had surprised some, as most Ravenclaws hadn't involved themselves. Unfortunately for them, some of them had, and one in particular had done enough to earn a considerable amount of point deduction. Harry himself hadn't been there. Like usual, he was eating his lunch in the kitchen. Reflecting back, the little elves running around the kitchens had seemed to act a little more weirder than normal, but he had mostly ignored them as he was absorbed in a book about magical law that really felt unnecessarily complicated. As such, he hadn't learned about the events in the Great Hall until he attended his next lessons. When he heard about it, however, a multitude of emotions had risen within him. A small part of himself, a part he had managed to mostly suppress, wished he had been there. For no other reason other than to take part in the chaos and just let loose. Then there was the hurt he felt when he heard about what Ron had done. This Ron wasn't his friend. He was just a classmate. Still, it had hurt to hear a version of one of his best friends acting like that. Don't get him wrong, Ron had been far from the perfect friend and he had some serious issues, but to be honest, all 3 of the so-called Golden Trio had arrived at Hogwarts with some serious issues. You had Ron, the boy who was born to a mother who wanted a daughter. A boy who always got compared to the accomplishments of his elder brothers. And more importantly, he was the boy who had been raised so sheltered that his maturity level was considerably lower than what was average for his age, and due to being sheltered like that, he had turned to other less reliable information sources, aka 2 of his older brothers. Then you had Hermione, the girl with the perfectionist parents. They, from what Harry heard, were not much better than the Dursleys. He suspected the only reason they even had a child was because it was part of their image. It was little wonder Hermione spent as little time with them as possible. That, however, hadn't been always the norm for the girl. At first she had sought the approval of her parents by trying to be like them. She tried to be as perfect as possible, and while she didn't get the attention from who she wanted, her teacher did give it, but at the same time she had also alienated her peers, and due to this lack of contact with people her age, her social skills weren't exactly the best when she arrived at Hogwarts. Then there was himself, the boy who had been raised by the Dursleys. The one who had thought his name was Freak until he was told otherwise when he started to attend school. The boy who was not only told he was a wizard when he turned 11, but also that his parents were murdered by some kind of madman and that he was some kind of famous savior, no, although magical Britain, as the boy who lived, and that apparently everyone knew more about him than he himself did. To put it mildly, Shrinks probably would have had a field day with them if all 3 of them had survived the war and they could get a session with them. To this day Harry still wasn't sure how a bunch of misfits had managed to stay together so long. Especially considering how often they had been in life and death situations, but they had, and due to it, strong bonds had been forged. So even though it was not the one he had been friends with for years, it was still a bitter pill to swallow when he heard about the behavior of this Ron. Although most of his mind was dominated negative emotions when he heard it, there were also some positive. There was no denying the pride he had felt when he had heard how his student had done. She, from what he had heard, had managed to not only down a considerable amount of lions without using excessive force, but also used the moment of chaos to curse some of her peers with who she had a less than pleasant relationship with. She, from what he heard, also managed to come out of the scuffle completely unscratched. Pretty impressive considering how few of fellow students could boast the same. He was also pleased with the actions of his housemates. Not only for standing up for one of their own, but this would also do their image and by extension his some good. All things considered, hearing about the by the students dubbed the Great Battle of the Great Hall had been interesting, but it also brought the rather impulsive maid promise he had made back to the forefront of his mind. Don't worry, everything is going to be all right. Who had he been trying to fool when he wrote that note? He hadn't had the faintest idea what to do when he originally wrote Merlin. Until he was a 5th year he didn't even know about things like magic contracts and head of houses. How was he supposed to come up with something when someone like Alex who grew up in the magical world could not? Heck, even now his knowledge is limited at best. He had only learned about things like marriage contract due to him getting closer to other people that year and they had mentioned things. While he had been shocked, he hadn't had the time or the energy to investigate the subject. Not with the war fast approaching. Not while he was trying to get as strong as possible. That did not mean he was completely clueless about what to do right now. Several plans were developing in his head, but for some he would need to do some serious research and other plans he would keep in reserve as last resorts. The logical part of his mind knew things would be so much easier if Rose would just die. Sure, there was the oath he had sworn to consider, but there were ways around that. He couldn't not kill himself nor could any of his employees, but walking around Nocturne Alley were more than enough people who would do anything for a coin, and they were most defiantly not people who fought for his cause, and he doubted that the vampires would care how she died. Unfortunately, he had grown fond of the girl and the mere thought of being responsible for his death had repulsed him. As his logical and more emotional sides had raged in his head to come to a decision, Harry had remembered snippets of past conversation that had seemed relevant, but ultimately they hadn't been very helpful. It was in fact not until he was about to return from his mindscape to the real world that he recalled a snippet of a conversation that was the cause for him to actual trough with sending the package. Yes, I am afraid to die. I am not some stupid fearless lion like you or Hermione. I mean, I am only 16 and there is still so much I want to do in my life. And to be honest, I am scarred shitless at the aspect of life and death battle, but no, that does not mean I will run. I will stand by your side for as long as I can, Harry. Because I know that if I don't, I am going to regret it for the rest of my life. And if Voldemort grabs power, then I won't have long to live anyway. So if I am going to die, then I will do it without having any regrets. It was that particular snippet that had reminded him about a particular promise he had already almost forgotten about. It was due to that he had vowed to help Rose. Suddenly, to Harry's surprise, the door of the room of requirements materialized and was opened moments later. He removed his hand from the engraved name of Jamie Potter and turned toward the door. As far as he knew, there was only one person other than himself that knew about the room, but from what he heard, she should be in detention. Apparently not, as moments later the aforementioned girl strolled into the room. He quirked an eye at her and asked, "Shouldn't you be in detention?" The girl smirked as she replied, "There are far too few teachers to supervise all the detentions. So they decided to punish the upper years first. The others are basically grounded in their common rooms until they can get their detention." "And yet you are here." Harry deadpanned. The girl shrugged. "There wasn't any real supervision, and the first spell you taught me did prove useful. So, if you thought I was in detention, what are you doing here? Self-training." Harry hummed seemingly thoughtfully for a moment before he shook his head. "No, there was just something I had to see," he said somewhat vaguely. "Ah," Alex replied less than elegantly. "Anyway, you said this morning you might know some way to get Rose out her contract, but you had to look something up. Did you manage to find it?" she asked excitedly. Harry shrugged. "I might. The law book I consulted, while written in English, felt like it was written in a completely different language, so I am not sure if I understood it correctly." "What did you find?" "As I understood, only the head of each respective family could dissolve the contract, right? If they are willing to pay whatever penalty clause there is, then yes." Harry nodded. "With that in mind, I have been looking into ways a head of house could be replaced. From what I found, normally the title is passed on to the oldest child when the previous head dies." Alex nodded, as this was common knowledge to her. "However, I also found another way," Harry continued, catching the black girl's attention. "From what I found, a member of a family can challenge his head for his position. Although there is no mention how exactly in that book I read. Do you know anything?" Alex's brow furrowed as she thought, "Now that you mentioned it. I think my mother might have at some point mentioned something along those lines, but I can't remember the exact details. I am pretty sure it is not something that can be done easily, otherwise it would be done all the time." Harry hummed as he glanced at his watch. "Why don't you contact your mother and see if she can explain it to you?" Alex nodded and remarked on his action, "Someplace you need to be." "Ah," Harry agreed as he put his jacket on. "There are some things that need to be taken care of, and fast." Alex frowned as she heard those words. She hadn't missed the clothing what seemed to be made of dragon skin, nor had she missed the knife on his back. She just knew that whatever he was going to take care of was probably something that contained violence, or at least a good chance that the situation would escalate into. "So what do you have to do?" she asked, as tried to sound like she didn't care if she was answered of not. Harry remained silent for a moment and just stared at her, his face looking thoughtful. Then just when she thought he wasn't going to answer, he responded. "There are some people who wish to harm Rose. I am going to try and persuade them not to." The black girl wasn't sure how to respond to that. She was pretty sure that he wasn't referring to the contract, so what was he talking about then? Then she remembered one of her earlier conversations with Harry and realized who he might be alluding to. "Are you talking about the Death Eaters?" Harry remained silent for a moment, seemingly considering his words before he answered. "Something like that," he eventually said. His vague answer did not sit well with the other occupant of the room. She wondered just what the hell he was planning to do on his own that could convince a group like the Death Eaters to leave one of their targets alone. Then, before she even realized what she was doing, she had discarded her robe, showing the Muggle-style clothing she wore underneath it, and said, "I am coming with you." The silence that followed that statement was rather awkward, but luckily it didn't last long, as Harry quickly recovered from his surprise and bluntly said, "No." Alex wasn't sure what she had been more surprised at, her own impulsive action or the rather blunt way he had said no. Still, even though the action had been impulsive, she hadn't regretted it, and if one thing could not be said about her, then that was the fact she was a person who gave up quickly. "Why not?" she asked. "If you are going up against Death Eaters, then you need help, and I have trained for this." Yes, why not? The more logical part of Harry's mind wondered. While she was far from his level, she was definitely not unskilled, as long as she kept her temper in check at least. But on the other hand, the level of opponents he was more than likely going to face now were too high for her. Besides, some secrets still needed to be kept. "Correct me if I am wrong, but didn't you train to protect yourself and your friends?" The near growl that came from the female opposite of him following his statement made Harry wonder if the girl had followed in her father's footsteps or something. As she stalked up to him, Harry mused that the girl looked ready to deck him. A rather laughable thought, considering that although he had no formal hand-to-hand training, he doubted she had it either, and that is not even mentioning the difference in height and his experiences against his cousin. Harry was startled that instead of punching, she threw her arms around his neck and actually hugged him. Not only that, but he could have sworn he saw a tear on her face just before he couldn't see her face anymore. The rather random thought of the world was ending briefly passed through his head as his mind processed this rather un-Alexandra Black-like behavior until he heard her mutter, "Idiot, what do you think you are?" Harry sighed. While he was hardly a stammering and blushing anymore, but even now he would admit he still had some serious trouble understanding the Pharisee**'s mind, so he slowly counted backwards from 10. When he reached 0, he tried to break the hug without trying to be too obvious about it, but in response she only tightened her arms around him. Knowing he was on a clock, he decided on a course of action that for some reason he had the feeling he was going to regret later on. After placing one of his free hands on her back, he channeled his magic to that hand, but not before manipulating it so that it would mimic the effects of a stunning spell. The effects were instantaneous, and he had to act fast to ensure she did not just drop to the ground. As he held her, he requested the room to conjure a bed, and once it was there, he gently put her on it. He then requested a piece of parchment and something to write with. Once it appeared, he quickly started to write down a note. Once he finished, he pulled a specific ring from his finger and pulled his folded invisibility cloak from his pocket. He then called for his elf. With a pop, the little guy appeared. "What can Toby do for Master?" he asked as he made about a Harry, while not even batting an eye at the sight of Alex. Harry nodded towards the unconscious girl and said, "I want you to watch over her. She should wake up in an hour or two. You can return to your regular duties after that." At hearing the order, the elf bowed in acknowledgement. "I also want you to safeguard these items," Harry said as held up 2 of the 3 hallows. "If our bond breaks or if I am not back within the next 2 weeks, I want you to give those items to that girl, along with this note. If I die, I also want you to serve Rosaline as your new and only master. Do you understand?" The elf nodded his head as he gave another bow, Toby understands Master and will do as Master commands. Harry nodded, and after handing the 3 aforementioned items over to his elf, he disillusionized himself and left the room. 20 minutes later, he, without being seen once, exited the Hogwarts grounds and pulled a hand mirror from his pocket. "John Bell," he said. In moments the visage of the man appeared in the mirror. "Mr. Potter," the man greeted, "I take it that it is time?" Harry nodded, knowing that John would see it on his own mirror. "Yes, it is. Is everything ready?" The older man nodded. "Team 1 and 2 are standing by and are ready to go, and my wife is standing by in the infirmary to receive any wounded." Single quote. "Good. If there is going to be action, it will be probably in the next 20 minutes. So stay sharp." Potter out. After pocketing, but not deactivating his mirror, Harry continued his track for another 15 minutes. Then, when he was reaching the outskirts of Hogsmeade, he encountered the person he was looking for. "Clara," he greeted her. Unsurprisingly, she grinned at seeing him and replied, "We have received your message. You wanted to speak with the elder." Harry merely nodded, and Clara wasted no time as she grabbed one of his arms. Barely managing not to react, Harry only had to wait a moment until the female vampire muttered the activation phrase, and he felt the familiar tug of a portkey leaving. Moments later, he arrived back at the same place he had met the ancient vampire for the first time. As Clara let go of him, Harry quickly took in his surroundings again. The wards were still there as expected, but what was not expected, however, was the large number of presumably vampires that were in the room. Was it coincidence? Were they here to intimidate him? Or was it something far worse? Deciding that for now he would do his best to ignore them and just keep an eye on them, Harry turned to the man sitting in the throne. "Desmarais," he greeted as he slightly dipped his head in the only sign of respect he was willing to give the man. "Child," the man replied, "why did you need to speak to me? Was I not clear who you had to kill before we were willing to assist you?" "You were," Harry answered, "but I cannot harm one of my targets. When I arrived here, I made an unbreakable vow not to harm innocents in exchange for the magical and political protection of Albus Dumbledore. Besides, you can hardly ask me to kill my family, can you? Isn't that what your coven is? A family? Are you going to ask some of your vampires to kill each other too?" As he finished speaking, Harry noticed that his words had stirred something in most of the assembled vampires. This was especially easy to see with Clara, who was still standing rather close to him and was one of the few people without a hood on. The Ancient One, however, didn't seem affected by his words and only gave a somewhat cruel smirk. "Surely someone like you can find some way around an oath like that. After all, she only has to die. I don't really care how you do it. You can even bring her here. Food is, after all, always welcome. So you want me to kill my own family? She is just a mortal," the immortal replied. "She will die anyway. If not now, then in a couple of decades, so what does it really matter?" Harry gritted his teeth and was about to give another counter-argument when someone else spoke up. "But elder sir, surely you can assign him another target. You of all people should understand why one does not want to be a kinslayer." The elder did not look amused as he gave the vampire who spoke up a look that told her she better be silent or else. He then turned back to Harry. "I already told you my offer. I am not inclined to change it. Will you accept it or not?" "I will not kill Rose," Harry said defiantly. "Then so be it," the old vampire replied coldly. "You have more uses than one after all. Get him." "Do it now," Harry exclaimed, seemingly to no one. But before the vampires could wonder what Harry was talking about, the entire room shook and Harry could sense the magic that was holding the wards up fluctuate drastically as it was barraged from the outside. Then seconds later the shaking stopped, and to Harry's horror the wards were still very much up. Shit, that did not go as planned, Harry thought. In the less than 2 decades he had walked on this earth, Harry Potter had managed to land himself in a lot of unfavorable situations. Thanks to that, he had often found himself often under the tender care of a medic of some sort, and he had always hated to stay in those sterile environments, but now, considering the situation he was in, he hoped that even survived long enough to make it back to a healer. The current situation was defiantly not looking good for him. He was alone and couldn't use his magic to escape due to the wards. Surrounding him was a large number of blood-sucking vampires, with one among them being a creature some thought being a legend. An Ancient One, a being of which he only had the most basic idea of what he was capable of. Most normal people would say that this situation was rather hopeless, and Harry would probably have agreed with them if he hadn't been the one in the situation. Glancing around him, Harry noticed that the vampires were slowly started to surround him. Those he could see looked wary, some of them at him while others were looking around as if expecting another attack. This, however, Harry knew would not come. His orders had been clear: if things do not go according to plan, retreat. So that left him alone. It had not been a perfect plan, and normally Harry would have preferred to have worked under a leave no man behind strategy, but the cold hard truth was that when they were outnumbered like they were, they couldn't afford to lose to many, and his subordinates, from what he had observed and John had agreed with him, weren't ready yet to improvise mid-battle. So the order to abandon the mission if things didn't go as planned had been given by him. As his gaze fell on one of the shorter figures approaching, he nearly winced. The vampire didn't look physically older than an 8-year-old boy. This was one of the main reasons why bringing Alex with him would definitely have been a bad idea. Fighting an adult and often masked Death Eater was one thing, but fighting someone who looked like a child was something completely different. Even if your mind knows that it is not really a child and it is probably older than yourself, it still isn't easy. As the vampires continued to approach him, Harry started to see not only wary faces, but also several uncertain ones. Good, it seems his words from before weren't completely wasted after all. He could definitely use this. As they weren't attacking him yet, Harry quickly ran through his options. Negation seemed to be his biggest chance of survival, but considering the prideful way their leader talks, he doubted that would work. So combat it as then. Normal hexes, curses and jinxes were definitely out. They would rip him apart before he could even get half a dozen off. Conjuration and animation. This type of spell work tended to be rather slow, but if he could get something semi-powerful up, then he at least had a chance. What else was there? The elements. Fire would probably be the only thing that would stop him, and the Ancient One already proved that was not enough to stop him. No, wait, there was one spell that was more powerful. The only problem was he couldn't control it. Then again, did that really matter right now? Wait, he said in a clear and commanding tone. To his surprise, the vampires actually stopped, and most of them glanced at their leader for guidance. This actions caused his mind to supply the rather random image of a cartoon-like sheep with vampire fangs. He shook his head briefly to get rid of the image of vampire sheep, before he too turned his attention to the person on the throne to see how he would react. The man didn't seem too happy that his order wasn't carried out yet. While his face showed no displeasure, Harry spotted it easily enough on the rest of his body. Long. And why? The vampire spoke as he slowly leaned forward with his fingers clasped. Should we stop? You friends failed to penetrate the ward and seem to have abandoned you. You have proven you are no longer useful to me, so why wait? Plastering what he hoped was a confident smirk on his face, Harry replied. So I am no longer useful because I refuse to become a kinslayer. Seeing several vampires shuffle uncomfortably, Harry decided he had decided well on copying the before-mentioned word. I must admit I don't follow your logic, but perhaps that is because I am just immortal. Then again, Voldemort is as good as just immortal to right. And yet you serve him. Awe that had struck a chord, Harry thought as he saw the elder vampire twitch. If this is your attempt at trying to plead for your life, then you are doing a bad job at it. Harry shook his head and relaxed his stance slightly. He hadn't lost sight of his surroundings since he started talking with Desmarais, and from what he could see, his followers weren't too happy with his words. Maybe this situation wasn't too bad after all. No, not really, he replied on the question if he was trying to save his own life. Just my bad habit of pointing out flaws in people's logic. It's due to my friend, you know. She tended to do the same, and at some point I just started to do the same. The vampire narrowed his eyes at hearing this and hissed out. And are you done wasting your last moments with this nonsense? Harry hummed. Just one last question. Do you know what fiendfire is? This caused an instant reaction from the assembled vampires. They may no longer be able to do magic, but that does not mean they have forgotten what they learned when they were immortal, nor do you forget about some of the most infamous magic out there. Desmarais had connected the dots on what Harry had meant with that question and derisive snort. Like someone as young as yourself could control it. While he would not voice out loud, Harry had to agree that was very true. Fiend fire was cursed fire which was near impossible to extinguish except by the caster, that is if the caster managed to keep control. While the spell isn't exactly sentient, the flames however do have a will of their own, and if you want to keep control of the spell you have to dominate that will, not unlike using an imperious curse. But I don't have to maintain control, do I? He asked rhetorically. If you capture me then you are most likely either going to suck me dry or deliver me to your master for some brown nosing. So, if I am going to die anyway then why shouldn't I take as many of my enemy's followers with me? Your pitiful fire will not kill me. That was the wrong reply, Harry realized as he observed the faces of the other vampires in the room. He snorted, no, if the legends are even remotely true then I have the feeling you will be a lot harder to kill than that. But then again you are an ancient one. What about the rest of your coven? Your family? If you are not careful they will die. This seemed to give the vampire actually a moment of pause as leaned back and gave a signal with his hand that caused the vampires to back off. Then just when Harry thought things were looking somewhat up, he realized he had pushed too hard as the Ancient One's face changed in one of pure fury as he hissed. Do not think you can tell me what to do, mortal. Harry wasn't sure what happened next. One moment he had pulled his wand due to his instinct screaming danger and the next moment he was flying backwards through the air. The pain he felt as he roughly landed on the floor several meters from his starting point was excruciating, and he knew if it wasn't for his ritually enhanced body he would have died there and then. As he bit his lip in an attempt not to scream out in pain, Harry felt his magic slowly starting to heal his body. With some difficulty he managed to stand up and saw that standing where he previously stood now stood the Ancient One with his palm outstretched. As he gripped his wand Harry realized just what had nearly killed him, or more specially who. As he realized this, he cursed his previous thoughts. The situation wasn't good at all. No, it was the exact opposite. The stories were true after all. He really was facing a monster, and Voldemort managed to gain his servitude. As one of his late friends would have said, they were complete and utterly screwed. Or as one of his other late friends would have said, things were really starting to look interesting. As Desmarais lowered his arm a look of intrigue crossed his face. Oh. You are still alive. That shouldn't be possible no matter how well trained your body is. Has the little light wizard been playing around with dark rituals to enhance his body? As he had said this a cruel smirk adorned his face. If only you had obeyed you really could have been useful. But now it is too late, and let me tell you one thing, young Potter. When I am done with you will wish you had died from that attack. Meanwhile, in a completely different part of the country, Albus Dumbledore, unaware of the current situation of one of his students, was sitting alone in his office. The over a century-old man looked every bit his age as he stared tiredly at the pensieve on his desk. His thoughts were cantered on something that had occupied his mind for the last couple of years. That being the hidden war that was being between the forces of light and darkness. It seems ever since young Harry was brought to this world the hidden war had escalated, and he feared that open war would soon follow. He wasn't sure if it was his mere presence that caused or if Harry was doing things that caused a chain reaction, but he did suspect it was the latter. He suspected that at the very least Harry had some connection to the one that calls himself Lord Riddle. Few know that Voldemort once had been a headboy here at Hogwarts by the name of Tom Marvolo Riddle, but there was a good chance the boy did know. He wasn't sure what to think about this Lord Riddle. On one hand his methods seems too extreme, but on the other hand from what he had heard from Severus some of the lower-ranked Death Eaters had become so terrified of the man that they hadn't show up for Death Eater meetings anymore. Unfortunately those poor souls were now being hunted down by their former comrades due to their status as traitor, but hopeful he or the Order could reach them before that and offer them shelter. It also didn't hurt that maybe now more people would look in the history of Tom. Sure, he could bring the truth out himself, but that would be rather pointless and probably counterproductive. Tom's followers weren't exactly fond of him, and they would no doubt denounce anything he said as lies. No, they had to find out for themselves for them to believe it. Then there was the other recent issue that seemed to be connected to Harry. The recently founded Hydra Enterprise. It was a curious company. Supposedly they offered protection akin to what security trolls do, but then on a higher level. From what he could gather, their only customers were pure bloods, and not just any pure bloods, but those who were loyal to Tom's cause. At first he had thought the company was some kind of legal front for the Death Eaters. The suspicion only heightened when none of his contacts within the ministry could provide him with a name of the owner of the company, but then he found something curious: most of the employee list seemed to consist out of Muggle-borns. Not only that, but two well-respected former Aurors held high positions within the company. Just what was going on? Then something else had come to mind. The Hydra part of the company name. Traditionally here in Britain, if one were to name a company after an animal, then they would name it after one of the Hogwarts house's mascots, or at least something similar to it. In fact, in recent times he had only seen the image of a Hydra outside a textbook twice. Once on the uniform of a house elf and once tattooed on the arm of the owner of the aforementioned elf. Could Harry Potter be the mysterious owner of Hydra Enterprise? And if so, how did he gain the necessary funds, and just what was his company planning guarding Death Eater homes? Speaking of the boy himself, Harry Potter was without a doubt very different from the boy who had attended Hogwarts for 4 years. From what he had heard, the boy was a lot more studious, but on the other hand he was far less sociable. From what he heard, he wasn't very sociably with his fellow students. Not rude or anything, but also not getting out of his way to gain friends. Dumbledore was just glad that the boy had decided to join the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. The boy was still a symbol after all, and a symbol needs to be seen. On a more personal level, the only person Harry seemed to have gotten closer to was the 5th-year Ravenclaw Alexandra Black. The portraits reported that they have seen the two running every morning. This was an unexpected development, especially due to Ms. Black's former attitude toward the late Mr. Potter, but it was not an unwelcome one. While he normally disliked meddling with the lives of others, and especially with one that was so young, but sometimes it was necessary, and in the case of the prophesized one it was. Harry Potter was too important for the future of this country to fall to the darkness, so him getting attached to the daughter of 2 Order members was definitely not unwelcome. Of course, Harry Potter wasn't the only thing that was on his mind. While the Death Eaters were a threat, there were also other races he had to consider. He had recently made contact with one of his former students, a young man named Remus Lupin. He had always regretted what had befallen of the man, but in the grand scheme of things it was more important to keep the chosen one happy. So sacrifices had to be made, and luckily Remus hadn't made too big a fuss, and in hindsight it has proven to be a blessing in disguise. Remus, he had found out, had gained himself a pack of his own. A group of werewolves with similar ideals. People he was pretty sure were willing to fight for the light when it came down to it. Remus had also given him some interesting news about the werewolves loyal to Tom. It seems they too had started to fear the so-called Lord Riddle, and several had already defected. Albus knew that due to them not being marked and often not having a real home, it would be much harder for Tom to track them down, and as such he had requested Remus to be on the lookout for anyone who wanted to join the right side. Taking Harry's words to heart, he had also tried to make contact with the goblins. Several Order members were working there, and he had even more contacts, but unfortunately all of them were humans, and it seems the goblins were very tight-lipped when they were not among themselves. The only success he managed to book so far on that avenue were the weekly and relatively short meetings with the branch chief of the local Gringotts branch. Those meetings admittedly hadn't been so successful so far. The goblin had spent most of his time arguing about the recent law changes and not so subtly alluding that things were going to change soon. Dumbledore couldn't say he was too happy about that, but at least the goblins were still willing to talk, so that was at least something. Then there were Harry's allies in his last war. The vampires. It was surprisingly difficult to find anything about them. He hadn't even been able to find out where their allegiance lied. The only rumor that he found that seems to come back was that all of the covens had been recently united under a single leader. The leader was supposedly an incredibly strong vampire, but so far he hadn't been able to confirm those rumors. Unbeknownst to the headmaster, one of his students would be able to confirm that those rumors were very true at this very moment. That student was panting heavily as he stared down the man, no, the monster who had put him in this state. That student, Harry Potter, was in pain. By Merlin, he was in pain. He felt like a giant had thrown him on the ground and then started tap dancing on him. Okay, that was a bit excessive, but still the point remained. He was in such a pain that he could barely remain standing. A prolonged fight was defiantly out of the question. As he slowly breathed in and out, he realized he really didn't have many options left. If it was only one-on-one against that ancient one, he could probably come out victorious if he was creative enough, but he was not alone, and while the rest of the coven seemed to be displeased with their leader's words, Harry doubted to make them switch sides like that. Knowing that surrendering wasn't options, Harry realized he had only one real option remaining. Victory, at any cost. He hadn't liked those words when he had heard them uttered the first time. And to think he was planning to follow in the footsteps of the one who had uttered them just moments before leaping to her death. Seemingly upon seeing the weakened state of him, the Ancient One thought it was a good time to start gloating. You know, you are a lot like your other self. He too had that idiotic nobility. Nor did either of you understand when it was time to obey the one powerful than you. The vampire continued gloating, but by now Harry had turned him out. His gaze moved on from the main thread and settled on the for once not smiling Clara. He slightly winced as for a moment his mind replaced the visage of the frowning enemy for the smiling face of his former teammate, and Harry had to avert his gaze to make sure he wouldn't lose his resolve. As his gaze moved on, Harry's visage started getting more and more blurry. He had mentally winced several more times when he spotted more childlike vampires. Then as he took in one large gulp of air, he closed his eyes, and for that brief moment of oxygen intake he allowed himself to block everything out. No more gloating vampire, no more images that might influence his decision, just a moment of absolute peace. It was then as he had his moment, image of the past ran through his head at a rapid pace. He saw himself sitting in the boat with Ron, Hermione and Longbottom as they sailed towards his first real home. He saw himself, Ron and Hermione, relaxing in the Gryffindor common room as first years. They were so young, so naive. His 11-year-old self was staring at the mirror of her eyes. Never before had he realized just how alone he was. He was again in a room with the mirror of her eyes, but this time he was grabbing hold of Quirrell's face with all his might. It was from that day on that he really couldn't be called a child anymore. The 13-year-old version of himself had just caught the snitch and with it the Quidditch cup. The utter joy his teammates had displayed had been enough to make him for once feel his age and just happily celebrate. 14-year-old Harry was dragging the lifeless body of his fellow champion with him as he narrowly escapes the clutches of the murderer of his parents. Only shreds of his innocence remained. 15-year-old Harry stared at the corpse of the Death Eater he had just killed. He hadn't meant to do it, but it all happened so fast and he had just reacted. It wasn't the same as it had been with Quirrell. He knew and he understood. He was Harry James Potter and a 15-year-old killer. That day his innocence had truly died. An even older version of himself was cradling a little baby boy by the name of Teddy Tonks. With his focus completely on the little thing, he never once noticed how the other 3 members of the Tonks family were silently snickering at his utterly terrified face. Unbeknownst to them, however, Harry had made a silent vow as he gazed at the sleeping boy in his arms. He would make sure that the boy would grow up in a time of peace, even if had to become a monster to arrange it. It was a slightly younger version of himself who was lying naked on a bed. A girl his age who was in a similar state of undress was sleeping as she laid snuggled on his chest. A promise had been made between not even hours before, and that Harry had no intention to break that promise as he stared lovely at his bed partner. Then the final image came, and it was of him staring at the mirror of her eyes. This image was from a memory that had only happened a couple of weeks ago, but unlike then, his thought upon seeing it were completely different. It would have been nice if it could have ended like that. He thought before slowly exhaling and opening his eyes. He sighed and whispered, "I am sorry." Then, after a moment of steeling his resolve, he without any further moments of hesitation raised his wand and spoke the incantation for the Fiendfire spell as he poured all his remaining magic in what was most likely going to be his last spell. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.